Call to order the City of Boynton Beach City Commission's meeting, January 17th, 2017 at 6:30 p.m. Would everyone please rise for an invocation by Benjamin Hawkins of B&K Ministries.
Will you bow your heads? Father, in the name of Jesus, Lord, we thank you for the opportunity of coming to take care of the business of Boynton Beach. These who has been placed in the office, these who has been trusted, these who has been voted for, let them work with everything within them to unite Boynton Beach, to bring us closer together. And Father, whatever it needs to improve it, to make it better for all of us, we ask that you give them the strength, the wisdom, and the knowledge to do it. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Next is a presentation of flags by Boynton Beach High School ROTC. Followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Romulus.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hand of Boynton Beach High School ROTC. Please be seated. Next, we'll have a few comments by Principal Fred Barch.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Grant, Vice Mayor McCray, and all of the commissioners. We appreciate your support of Boynton Beach Community High School. We wanted to come and showcase our newest academy, which is the JROTC Marine Corps. This academy brings some very unique things to Boynton Beach Community High School, teaching dedication, pride, honor, and courage. So those are things, values that are the Marine Corps values that we are trying to instill in our students. In our first year, we have over 100 students that are participating in this program. It is close to our medical academy, which doubled in size this year. So I would like to thank you, and we look forward to doing more of these flag presentations. We didn't judge your ceiling right this evening, but we'll have it right the next time. So thank you very much. I also wanted to mention that our band, the Tiger Sound, will be performing at a Miami Heat halftime show. It's a great honor to be selected to do this. So if you are interested in supporting our Tiger Sound, it's on your Facebook page and social media on how to get tickets. We're providing discount tickets, which also helps to support our band. And it is going to be a sellout game against the Golden State Warriors on January 23rd. So if you're interested, we have a lot of tickets for sale. Thank you very much for your support.
Next, may I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Stephen Grant.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mac McCray.
Here.
Commissioner Justin Katz.
I have been informed that he will be arriving 30 minutes late.
Commissioner Christina Romulus.
Present.
And Commissioner Joseph Casella.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum. Next, I move for the agenda approval. Any additions, deletions, corrections? Commissioner Casello?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move 3G, ordinance 17-003. It's the conversion therapy ordinance, and it's been voted on 5-0. I'd just like to move it up so we can expedite some of the people who might be here supporting it.
Okay. Would you like to do it before public audience?
That would be great. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
13G.
Also like to pull 6G from the consent agenda.
Okay. Commissioner Romulus, any?
No, Mayor.
Vice Mayor McCray?
Thank you. I was going to pull 6G, but I'm glad you did. Thank you. I'm good.
All right. I'm going to pull item 6B. And also, I'd like to move up item 10A in front of public audience. That is our legislative. And I would like to add an item 12D. I've received an invitation to go to a conference in Fort Lauderdale, and I'd like to put that as 12D.
Should I pass the agenda as amended?
And do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Informational items by members of the City Commission. Vice Mayor McCray, would you like to begin?
Thank you. I will just go ahead tonight and just speak on one event that I attended that had a lot of meaning and it was dear to my heart, and that was that I attended the MLK Gala at Benvenuto's Restaurant, where I had the humble privilege to present the Congressional Ceremony of Recognition to one of our own, Mrs. Hilda Gertman Pitts, who lived to be 102 years old, who was born here in this city, lived in this city, and demised here in this city. The commemorative congressional recognition came from the Honorable Congressman Elsie Hastings. It meant a lot to that family. It meant a lot to me. Mrs. Pitts was one of those that planted seeds in my life as a young person when I was on my way to school, to Point Center Elementary School, at the age of 6 years old. Just want to tell you thank you. A humble recognition for a dear lady, lived 102 years. It was more than deserving. Thank you, sir.
I'll go next. On the 4th, I met with Ann Gannon, the tax collector of Palm Beach County, regarding tourist developmental tax. And that evening, I attended a town hall meeting with Senator Bobby Powell and my representative for District 88, Al Jaquette. On the 5th, I was at Christ Fellowship for the memorial service for Officer Joe Crowder. On the 6th, I met with Boynton Beach Mall executives to talk about a trolley in Boynton Beach. Then attended a ribbon cutting for Active 8, which was a fitness club at Gateway, and attended the movie Secret Life of Bees at our Movies in the Park. On the 7th, I attended the Young Lawyers section of the Palm Beach Bar Association's 5K. I was there waiting in the rain for the parade that had to be canceled, but I was able to attend the Celebration of Unity, which was a great event at Sarah Sims. It really shows the true potential of the park of Sarah Sims, and I look forward to the city and CRA having more events there. On the 12th, I attended the Martin Luther King Jr. speech at Palm Beach State College. The 14th, I attended Sheriff Bradshaw's investiture at John Prince Park, and then I went paddleboarding with our own paddleboarding manufacturers, Whaleback. On the 15th, I made it out to the Mayor's Parade at the South Florida Fairgrounds, and that evening was attended the MLK Celebration Gala with Vice Mayor McCray, Commissioner Romulus, and Commissioner Casello. On the 16th, I was able to attend a groundbreaking ceremony for a new office building on 330 Winchester Park Road. Looking forward to that completion. And on MLK Day, I visited with my grandparents, which was very nice to do. And then today, this is why I'm wearing the p.m.on. There was a Breaking the Silence Voice Awards held by the Palm Beach County Action Alliance for Mental Health. And our own Boynton Beach Mental Health Committee, Gerda Klein, won the Community Leadership Voice Award. And so, here in Boynton Beach, we know that mental health is an issue. We saw firsthand of what happened in Fort Lauderdale. So, if you know of somebody, we have a hotline, 211s, so that anyone can get help. And then on a lighter note, I got a letter from the Arbor Day Foundation that Boynton Beach is a Tree City USA for 2016. Commissioner Romulus?
Thank you, Mayor. It's not often that we have such a crowded room, so I'm going to take advantage and share a lot of the events and different things that happened. You know what they say about giving a politician a mic, so thank you. So I met with President Parker with Palm Beach State College, tried to discuss some things regarding education in Boynton Beach, so hopefully we can be able to emerge some type of partnership with the college and really increase the education levels here in Boynton Beach. I also attended the MLK Unity event that was hosted by the MLK Committee. I just want to say congratulations to that committee for such a well put on event. In addition to that, also the MLK Gala that they worked so hard to put on, and such an amazing event. Congratulations to the honorees of that event as well. We do have one sitting here in the audience with us, Reverend Mr. Ray Whiteley. We also had Mr. Ricky Petty that was honored, and also Dr. Anthony Lockhart, who's the principal of Lake Shores Middle in Belglade. Congratulations to those individuals for their countless service to the community. I attended a public info meeting regarding FDOT restriping and paving I-95 between Lake Ida and Gateway. This will begin summer of 2018, so that's something to look forward to. But even closer, March of this year, they will actually be installing and finally turning on the lights that are going to be that are on 95, between 95 and Woolbright. So for a very long time, that strip of road has been dark, and now that will be lit starting. That will be starting in March. That they'll be doing that work. Looking forward to that. I attended the Boynton Beach Chamber of Commerce Government Affairs Council, chaired by Mr. Bradley Miller. I want to give a special congratulations to BBNG Dental Group for their groundbreaking. We wish them many more years of success and prosperity in their business. In light of Inauguration Day being Friday, I do want to publicly thank President Barack Obama for his 8 years of service to the United States of America. Deeply indebted to the man for the work that he's done in this country and for turning it around in the time that he did. I also participated in the Color of Hope bike ride. This is an annual bike ride that memorializes the victims of a 2010 earthquake that occurred in Haiti, where hundreds of thousands of lives were lost. And last week, Commissioner Mac Bernard proclaimed January 12, 2017 as Haitian Earthquake Memorial Day. So in light of that, I would like, if you would indulge me, Mayor, to have a moment of silence for those hundreds of lives that were lost 7 years ago in Haiti. That is all.
Commissioner Casella.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also attended the MLK Gala celebration, and it was another sellout. It's incredible. It just keeps getting larger and larger every year. And one of our own activists, Reverend Ray Whiteley, was honored with the Outstanding Achievement Award. And it's the first time I've really seen Ray humbled like that, but it was a great, great feeling there. And it just amazes me how the Mr. King's legacy keeps going on year after year. And if we just had lived by the words that he preached, I think this world would be a better place for it. So hopefully that continues. Also went to the groundbreaking for the BBMG Dental Center. They got an office here in Boynton Beach now. They've outgrown it, and they've decided to build here in Boynton Beach. They're building about almost an 8,000 square foot new building. It's going to have 16 jobs right here in Boynton Beach. The only part that I'm a little miffed by, it was my lot there that was sold the Christmas trees where I got every year, so I'm going to have to find a new place to buy my Christmas tree. Also on the 28th, January 28th, you've heard me preach this many times before, but we have our farm share program that's going to be going on from 9 to 12 in the lot next to St. John's Missionary Baptist Church over here at Seacrest. There's flyers out there, there's telephone numbers out there. We're still looking for volunteers. You can never have enough volunteers for an event like this. It's a great event, and we're going to do some great work for a lot of families in the area. So I thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Moving on, it is item 3A, which was announce the farm share. So I think you did a great job with that, Commissioner Casello.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to announcement 3B, Recreation and Parks Director Wally Majors about the football field scoreboard.
Thank you, Mayor. Wally Majors, Recreation and Parks Director. Good evening. This evening, I want to announce the celebration that we're organizing to celebrate the new scoreboard at the Tommy Williams football field at Hester Park. The celebration will begin at 4. We're asking the commission to come ready to run and get involved with some activities. Mary DeGraffenreich Wright has a full agenda for you. So I hope you're ready. The Boynton High School Band will be joining us, as will the drumline performance by the Inlet Grove Community High School. They were one of the parade winners this year. So we should be expecting a lot of fun. And again, come ready to run. So we look forward to seeing you Saturday, 4 o'clock at the Tommy Williams Field at Hester Park. Thank you.
Wally, what you're trying to tell me is I can't wear heels that day.
You can try.
I can try.
Be fun to watch.
All right. Next, we have an announcement on the International Kinetic Art Exhibit and Symposium.
Hello, Debbie Coles-DeBay, Public Art Manager. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. And I wanted to announce the upcoming International Kinetic Art Exhibit and Symposium, which will be February 3 through 5, 2017, now. This is an art and technology that collides to create kinetic art, which is fine art powered by solar, wind, light, sound, robotics, water, gravity, and other elements. This one-of-a-kind visual art event includes more than 75 kinetic artworks, interactive installations, community projects, meet and greets with the kinetic artists, and lecture series. The hours are Friday, February 3rd. That's the opening night reception, and that's by invitation only. And then that's 6:30 to 8:30. And then Saturday, February 4th, the hours for the general public, it is all free, is 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And on Sunday, it is 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. So we welcome you to the Cultural District. That's this area here in Boynton Beach. There'll be many different facilities that are be occupying these different activities that we're talking about. And please visit the website to get more information about the details of what's happening, because there's so many items that are there for you to enjoy. And that website is www.intlkinetic, K-I-N-E-T-I-C, artevent.org. It's sponsored by the City of Boynton Beach, Art and Public Places, the Community Redevelopment Agency, High Ridge Landings, and also Compson and the Kinetic Art Organization. I want to also thank the Arts Commission, and we have many, like 30 plus volunteers that are helping us this year. So it's wonderful that we couldn't do without volunteers. So when you see them with their kinetic shirts and the volunteer in the back, please say thank you to them, because it's wonderful that they're really participating in this. And lastly, I want to invite everybody to the Kinetic Art booth, which is at Art Palm Beach Art Fair, which is January 18th through the 22nd. That's this tomorrow night through Sunday. And our booth is at 609. I'm going to pass these down to the commissioners. They can take one. There's information about Art Palm Beach. There's also information in the back where you can find these flyers and these passes. I'm also going to give so many VIP passes to tomorrow night's event. So I'm going to pass them down to the commissioners as well. Hope I can see you there. And again, this is we have a free booth that Art Palm Beach offers to us to talk about our kinetic art event and publicize it and get more people to come to the city of Boynton Beach. So I look forward to seeing you then. Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Katz, did you have any informational items you'd like to present today?
No.
Okay. All right, next is a proclamation. I'm going to assume Mr. Bernard Wright to accept it. Proclamation. Whereas Mr. Robert E. Wells, a merchant sailor from Cat Island in the Bahamas, settled in Boynton in 1890, where he and his wife Elizabeth raised one son, Harry. Whereas in 1892, Robert and Elizabeth Wells helped found St. Paul's African Methodist Episcopal Church. Officially established in 1900, St. Paul's AME is the oldest church in the city. Whereas in 1896, Mr. Wells and other members of St. Paul's AME successfully petitioned Dade County School Board to provide a school for Boynton's black African American children. Originally called Boynton Colored School, it later became known as Poinciana Elementary. Whereas on April 14, 1920, Mr. Wells was a signatory of the document incorporating Boynton as a town. However, the land owned by him and the rest of the historic heart of Boynton was not recognized in the incorporation and was called Boynton Colored Town. Whereas in 1925, Mr. Wells platted the Robert Wells subdivision. He built the main thoroughfare in the historic heart of Boynton called Wells Avenue, now known as Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, and built a home at number 416. In addition to selling land and building houses, Mr. Wells donated lots to those in need, including St. Paul's AME for the building of a church. In time, Wells Avenue became a thriving downtown area for the black African American community. Now, therefore, I, Stephen B. Grant, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, proclaim February 7, 2017 as Robert E. Wells Day. Let's give him a round of applause.
I'm Reverend Bernard Wright, founder of Bernard Wright Ministries, the Robert E. Wells Foundation, Real Talk Radio. I am a resident of Boynton Beach at 713 Northwest 2nd Street. This is a great honor, and as much as it is an honor, it is humbling. Humbling to see the hand of God. I initiated this historic research project about 2012, 13, somewhere in that area, so that we can establish and get a recognition of our African, Bahamian American history here in Boynton Beach. No history books had ever been written about Palm Beach County, ever included Boynton Beach, nor the history of Boynton Beach from the black side of things. So, by the grace of God and the Spirit of God moving me, I initiated a historic research project approved by the Historic Research Resource Preservation Board and the City Commission, which has produced great fruit in this town. Having this recognized, we must understand that a people without a culture, knowing their origin, is like a tree that bears no fruit. I was saying this before I knew that Marcus Garvey had said this. It only made sense to me. Because of this CRA project here in Boynton Beach about restoration and revitalization, we can never restore anything nor revitalize anything we did not know what once it was, nor the life of that we're trying to revitalize. So thank God for this history. It's a historic moment for me. This is our 3rd annual proclamation day for Robert E. Wells. And I have some documents that just one page I'd like to read into the records for this historic moment. There are in the back some pages if you would like to get the history of this. And I have more if I run out. To God be the glory. Beginning in 1880, Robert E. Wells, a distinguished Bahamian merchant sailor, bought land in what was then North Dade County on the south side, the south end of Lake Worth. In 1890, he built a beautiful, huge home for his wife, Elizabeth Wells, and cut a trail called Wells Avenue. He owned a large apartment building and a general store on Wells Avenue. Wells Avenue would later be renamed 10th Avenue and today Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. And through the research project, you will find sound signs saying Robert E. Wells Memorial Avenue, which is a great honor. To God be the glory. Robert was born on Cat Island, and his wife Elizabeth was born on Bimini in the Bahamas. Robert Wells, a merchant sailor from Cat Island in the Bahamas who owned much land. He bought land in then Dade County, Florida, and settled in what would become Boynton Beach. Robert E. Wells and Elizabeth had one son named Harry Wells, born in Boynton Beach. Harry Wells was married to Ora Hannah. They lived with Robert and Elizabeth Wells at 416 Wells Avenue, Boynton Beach. Harry and Ora Wells had one daughter, Juanita Wells, which is my mother, born 1925. Juanita Wells Wright was married to Joseph Wright. Joseph and Juanita Wells Wright are the parents of myself, Minister Bernard Wright. In 1892, February the 5th, St. Paul African Methodist Episcopal Church was born. Robert E. Wells was a very religious, caring man of high moral character. One of the first things he did after building his home was establish a place to worship God. On February the 5th, 1892, St. Paul African Methodist Episcopal Church was established for the residents of South Lake Worth, which is now Boynton Beach. At first, the congregation met at Robert E. Wells' home until a church was built. In 1894, St. Paul AME Church was built on the northeast corner of US 1 and Boynton Beach Boulevard. In 1925, the city passed the segregation laws creating Boynton Colored Town to separate blacks from whites. The city physically forced blacks to move to Wells Avenue and sold their land to white residents according to the segregation laws. The city legally forced the congregation to move the church to Wells Avenue. The police loaded the church on a wagon and moved it to its current location on Wells Avenue. The congregation followed, crying, singing, and praising God. Wells Avenue was now Main Street for Boynton Colored Town, and Ocean Avenue was Main Street for the town of Boynton. In 1896, September 7th, Boynton Elementary Ponciana was born. Robert E. Wells was an educated, intelligent man who knew the value of a good education like he had in the Bahamas. He wanted the black children to have the opportunity to learn to read, write, add, and subtract. In 1896, he and other members of St. Paul AME requested a black teacher from the Dade County School Board. On September 7, 1896, the school board sent a black teacher from West Palm Beach, had established Boynton Elementary School. The teacher stayed with the Wells family or other residents during the school season and went to West Palm when school was out. It was originally a one-room schoolhouse on Federal Highway near 3rd Avenue. In 1925, due to segregation laws, the school was physically moved to Wells Avenue. The name of the school was changed to Boynton Colored Elementary. After the community outgrew the school, it was moved to Green Street, which is now Seacrest. After 1963, civil rights laws were passed outlawing segregation. The name was changed again to Ponciana Elementary after the many Ponciana trees at the school. Robert E. Wells was a fair-minded, non-racist man and very civic-minded. He knew what advantages and economic opportunities a town would bring for the residents. On April 14, 1920, Robert E. Wells, along with 8 other black residents, attended a document signing incorporating Boynton as a town. In 1920, Robert E. Wells was 52 years old, and at that time, the Wells property was not included in the town limits. In 1920, segregation laws did not exist. Many black residents lived along Federal Highway. They farmed the rich muck soil along the intracoastal waterway and planted fruit trees, orchards, and vegetables gardens from the Boynton Hotel on the beach to Federal Highway. After 1925, all that changed. Black residents were forced to sell their homes and farms. Some families, like Reverend Butler, who found St. John Missionary Baptist Church, were violently attacked and forced to move from Boynton Beach Boulevard to Wells Avenue. The city legally created Boynton Colored Town from Wells Avenue to the Canal and from Federal Highway to Seacrest. Since blacks were no longer allowed to attend city commission meetings, they created their own city council for Boynton Beach Colored Town called the Boynton Negro Civic League. Robert E. Wells was elected the leader, and other residents were elected to the Negro Civic League Council. They would petition the city to address various community issues of street paving, lighting, electricity, water, sewage, and other community issues. The League Council also organized community celebrations like the fair, circus, Christmas, Easter, sporting events, and other holidays or celebrations. After 1963, the civil rights laws were passed outlawing segregation and Boynton Colored Town. The Boynton Negro Civic League was dissolved and forgotten, but still be found in old city commission records. Robert E. Wells owned the land and businesses near the Federal Highway. In 1925, the city platted his property as Wells Subdivision along with the Meeks Andrews and Meeks Andrews subdivisions. Boynton Colored Town was segregated, but the residents weren't included in the town of Boynton. Although they were called subdivisions, many whites referred to the black subdivisions as quarters. During slavery, blacks lived in areas designated as slave quarters. Wells Avenue became Main Street with black businesses like the Club Continental, with entertainers like Sam Cooke, B.B. King, Ike and Tina Turner, Otis Red, and countless other jazz and R&B entertainers. The famous Silas Green Show performed in the Continental Club parking lot. Silas Green Show was formed from New Orleans was an African-American owned and run variety tent show from 1904 to 1957. Part revenue, part music, comedy, part minstrel show. The show told the adventures of coal-black Silas Green and tall, tarnished Lilas Green from slavery times. Wells Avenue also had 2 churches and a Prince Hall Masonic Lodge. Boynton Beach Elementary, now called Ponciana Elementary, was also on Wells Avenue. There were homes, schools, entertainment, and more on Wells Avenue. The heart of Boynton became a vibrant, thriving community with a Boynton Negro Civic League, thanks to Robert E. Wells. In recognition of the contribution of Robert E. Wells to the settlement and early development of our city, the city of Boynton Beach has proclaimed February 7th, this day, and this January 2017, as Robert E. Wells Day. And I know you do not understand how humbling I am, this having come to me years ago, wanting to see something of my family told in this city, having known of the accomplishments. But I just want to say that this is the prophetic spirit today of a better Boynton. I thank God for all those on the dais. And I want to wrap this up by saying that I thank you all. I would appreciate very much. We're having a Robert E. Wells Day ceremony following February the 7th, that following Saturday. I'm asking the CRA to engage themselves and someone else so we can have a platform for some speakers so people can be informed. God bless you all, and you all have a great 2017 year.
Thank you. Next item that we bumped up is the City Manager's Report. Discuss and approve the City of Boynton Beach Legislative Priority List for the 2017 State of Florida Legislative Session. Matt Forrest, would you please come down?
Mayor, also after we hear some updates from Matt, I'd like to have you, either by consensus or vote, adopt our priority list that's actually before you as well.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Is the floor mine?
Yes, it is.
It's a pleasure to be with you guys tonight. Again, my name is Matt Forrest, for the record, with Ballard Partners. I am the State Legislative Liaison and Governmental Affairs Consultant for the City of Boynton Beach. It's nice to see you guys. I've ran into you guys various times throughout the summer. The long wait is over. The legislative cycle is almost back in full force. You may recall in the 2016 session, it was quote-unquote early. It took place in January and February, concluded in March. And then, of course, it wrapped up very succinctly and done because everybody was into election mode. Going in now back into the 2017 session, it goes back to the regularly scheduled session, which actually starts in March. So we're really right now at the start of kind of the legislative cycle. It's great that we're setting our legislative priorities now. I work with your staff quite often so that we are and ready for ready for things and ready for things rather than reactive. At the same time, as you guys can imagine, we don't know all the things that are being coming forward yet in the session, which starts in March. So we meet with your staff quite often and tell them about the legislation that's being filed. For example, as of today, there is about 300 bills that are filed. So only 300 actual pieces of legislation, and that's grand total. That's including anything from a resolution to a substantive bill. Usually there's between 1,800 and 2,000 bills considered or filed for the session. So a lot of things yet to come, a lot of things to go forward with. For example, I can tell you what we do know now. Of course, I can't tell you what we're not going to know in the future of what's going to be filed. It's going to become our #1 priority. But going forward, the big picture I think to keep in mind for this session, it's a brand new legislature. This past election cycle was obviously very big federally in the D.C. world, but it's also very large in the state level. There'll be a third of the House. So of the 120 members in the House of Representatives in the state of Florida, about a third of those are brand new members serving for the very first time. Over in the Senate, with 40 people in the Senate chambers, 50% of those are brand new senators. So a lot of new faces, a lot of new folks in the legislature, which makes for a lot of new ideas. It's also a great way to recycle a lot of bad ideas, and you will have that moment where you say, didn't we address this a few years ago? Well, they can come back again real quick in Tallahassee. The legislative delegation has changed also for this area. Probably a lot of familiar faces to you, but I encourage you to make sure, with my time, get in touch with the rest of the delegation. Their senator from the area used to be covered by a few different places. Now we are exclusively in Senator Jeff Clemens' district. We now also still have Representative Hager as a representative. Representative Al Jaquette, who you may remember was a Delray Beach commissioner, now represents a sliver. And I think Representative Emily Schlossberg also has a little section of Boynton. It's always hard to see where the city boundaries fall in. The House district maps aren't usually necessarily the most kind of showing you every single city line there. Short story, you have some new faces representing you, but trust me, they already know well about the city of Boynton Beach, and it's my job to keep them informed of your needs. Timeline-wise, we are just now into the committee weeks that lead up to the session. So for you football fans, committee weeks are kind of like the preseason games. They mean nothing, and they mean everything. Bills can be advanced, bills can be filed, legislation can be advanced at the same time. The official session begins in March 7th, so you can file bills right up to the day the session starts and start everything right from there, so it doesn't really matter if you have something going on during the committee weeks or not. The committee weeks begin, the next one will be January 23rd, and then there'll be 3 in February, so February 6th, February 13th, and February 20th. Session begins on March 7, and for all of your calendars, Palm Beach County Day, the day that Palm Beach County has delegated as the day when the folks from Palm Beach County will go open force to lobby in Tallahassee for not only City of Boynton Beach projects, but really any legislative agenda for the county, is March 7 and 8. So that's kind of the big picture of where we are. New legislature. Upcoming dates, the session will go March into May. I'll dive into a little bit, if you want, on the legislative priorities. And before I get into that, I also let you guys obviously ask me a lot of questions of topics of where we're at. I'll give you a little my own personal opinion, and I'm always careful to say this in a big public microphone. But the big driving force going into this next session is going to be the budget. We are a balanced budget state, which means every single year they're looking at revenue projections so that they can determine revenue expenditures. Basically, in Florida, if we don't have the money, they cannot spend it. The revenue projections are coming back flat for this year. So this year's budget cycle, there's no surplus, which means existing projects or new projects either have to get cut from the budget or there's no extra money for it. Worse than that, though, the revenue projections are showing a deficit in 2018 and 2019. So the legislature is going to be proactive and start cutting the budget now. So I do think kind of somebody would give you kind of a big picture of where the market's going. The market in Tallahassee is for cut, cut, cut. They're going to be looking to cut the budget. It's going to be really hard for projects. We're going to really have to work hard to find some of the niches that we've found in the past in terms of things from Boynton Beach, in terms of water projects, park projects. We got money a few years ago for the Boys and Girls, or for the Women's Club. So it's going to be a lean year going into those kind of things, but at the same time, that's why we're here, and we keep running into the wall until they say stop. The biggest thing I would point out on the legislative priorities that I know is important to most people, even in the room here today, because it's in the headlines a lot, and that is recovery residence homes, sober homes, as they're more commonly referred to in the media. There will be legislation filed for those. I do know Senator Clemens and Representative Hager are working on legislation. Most of it, I actually met with Senator Clemens today, and he's talking about implementing as much from the task force from State Attorney Ehrenberg's office as possible. That legislation is not out yet. We know that is near and dear to you guys, and we're anxiously waiting to see how it comes out and pushing forward from there. With that said, I could dive into every topic on this list if you like, or if you want, you can ask me questions specifically on it.
Well, you gave us the top one. Can you give us the other, round out the top 3, you think?
In terms of legislative or?
Importance to the city.
Well, I always come with unfunded mandates, and it's a very broad area. There's legislation filed right now. There's a bill in the Senate that covers what they call business tax receipts, which is usually a way for getting at how local governments can assign, there's 1,000 different names for them, of what every individual municipality calls them. At the end of the day, it's the state coming in and telling you ways that you can tax, regulate, put fees on your individual residents, businesses, things like that. Cities have always maintained that that's their prerogative to do that at their home area. They wouldn't like the federal government telling the state how they can tax in their state. I do think that's probably the number one thing we fought it 3 or 4 years ago, and I see it coming back again now.
Okay.
I have one, the government-owned utilities monitor and oppose any legislation that will remove home rule authority for municipalities providing water and sewer services outside the municipal boundaries. Now, we do a lot of that.
Sure.
It's a revenue generator for the city. Is that something that...
It's been pretty quiet on that issue. I've not seen any legislation buzzing, talking, or moving forward on that. I think that was it was a bigger issue a few years ago, especially when they were getting into things like solar and who could and could not get into the solar industry kind of world. There's also some issues taking place north of here with some municipalities and some, not necessarily the FPLs and the TICOs and the and the Duke, those guys, with really some more of the smaller municipally and county-owned utility systems. But I have not seen any legislation filed on that topic, nor have I seen any agenda items on a budget for that.
A good sign. Also, you have actively seeking funding opportunities for new police facility in City Hall. Police facility in City Hall, great. We're also going to need a new fire station. Can we add that into the language?
You guys give me a project, and I run until I find a home for it. It's
Okay.
pretty. You can add anything you like to it. We do have appropriation projects in place now. I've worked with your staff and identified a couple water projects, and I think we have a park project also. There is a little more bureaucracy. I shouldn't say little. There's a lot more bureaucracy this year in terms of filing an appropriation project. The days of me running around with a good white paper and getting the right legislator's ear on it are gone. I have to file an actual appropriation item. There's 37 some odd questions. There's a lot more information that goes with it, and then an actual bill is filed. So it's a little more cumbersome. We really have to have an idea hatched out before we can go seek funding, if that makes sense. So, for example, seeking funding for the fire department or the firehouse, they're going to want more than, just an idea of, hey, we need it. They're going to ask, where, what, when, how much, what's it going to look like, the build-out stuff.
Well, I think that goes in conjunction with our police station.
Sure.
Okay. They're tied at the hip.
I'll work. I'll talk with your staff, and we'll see how we can get that hatched out.
Thank you.
Mr. Romulus, you have any comments or updates for the legislative?
I do not, but I do see Ben Durkin standing in the back there representing for Senator Bobby Powell, so I'd like if you maybe have any input or something from the senator, if you could share with the audience as well, or just at least introduce yourself.
I'm just here as a citizen of Boynton Beach.
All right. But,
Thank you for attending.
well, that's good to know, though. We appreciate that. I would like to just, emphasize the commuter rail. I know that we're doing a lot of things in our downtown area. So anything that you can do to move along, a tri-rail station or, we're glad that Boynton Beach is in the silent zone. So, appreciate that. And so whatever we can do to get transportation and movement going along in Boynton Beach is what I'm looking for. Vice Mayor McCray.
Good, thank you.
Commissioner Katz.
Similar sentiment to the mayor, just with regards to transportation and even possibly, I don't know if there's any kind of buzz with roadways and greenways and complete streets and all that. I don't know what might be available, but since we're doing a lot of stuff in the the Boynton Beach and the Federal Highway area, those roads, if we get money for that would obviously be good.
I do have one, and that is that, while you're up there, discuss public housing. I'm just saying we need some dollars to help us with public houses. We have Cherry Hill projects. Nothing is happening. We have a lot that's going on in the heart of Boynton that is not happening. Any monies that we can get for public housing will be a great asset to this city. Thank you.
Got it. Yeah. Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I guess, Lori, is there anything else that you'd like to add?
No, sir. We keep a comprehensive list here, just like Matt had said. If recycled, if old ideas come back that didn't go anywhere, it might creep back up. So we have all bases covered, I think, on our list here. So if you can give me a
motion as
vote.
amended.
Yep.
May I have a motion as amended?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your time.
Next item is 13G. Jim?
This is second reading and public hearing of ordinance 17003, an ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 15, Offenses Miscellaneous of the Code of Ordinances by creating a new Article 13 to prohibit the practice of conversion therapy on minors, providing for conflicts, severability, codification, and an effective date.
All right.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Any discussion from the audience? Seeing none. Any further discussion from the board? Seeing none. May I have a roll call, please?
Katz?
Aye.
Commissioner Romulus?
Yes.
Commissioner Casello?
Yes.
Mayor Grant?
Aye.
Vice Mayor McCray?
Aye.
The vote is 5-0.
All right. Wonderful. And would the board allow me to move up item 6B, authorize the city manager to sign a lease and easement agreement with Florida Power and Light above public audience? All right. All right. Sophia, would you mind coming down here and speaking a little bit about the item?
have to re-amend our present our consent agenda. Our agenda. I'm just saying since we moved something up, it's already adopted, and we moved this now. So we need to amend the agenda that has been
Want a
already
motion
adopted.
to reconsideration of the agenda?
Yes, sir. Motion to have reconsideration of the agenda.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All right. Now you're ahead.
For those of you who don't know me, I'm Sophia Eccleston, External Affairs with FPL. This is my colleague Anush. Anush is going to really get into the details of the solar project, but we've met with staff to discuss donating some solar trees to the city of Boynton Beach. And Anush can go into further details. We also have a presentation if you guys wanted to see what they actually look like.
Sure.
All right, thank you. So, I'll kind of try to keep this brief. Our solar trees are part of our Solar Now program, a program that aims to bring solar into our communities. Specifically, our customers participate by contributing $9 a month. FPL builds and maintains solar within the communities, and we prioritize these builds by where we see the highest participation. We're here today because Boynton has some of the highest participation in Palm Beach County. It's very exciting to see that the constituents are love solar, and from Sophia, she tells me that the mayor himself is actually a participant in our Solar Now program. And so, the trees, themselves bring several benefits to Boynton Beach, and specifically in the location that we want. They're a very progressive design. You can see behind me. It certainly highlights the commitment to clean, renewable energy. It brings solar into the communities, and the power that it generates goes back to the communities. Complements other investments and promotes other clean initiatives that you guys have going on in the city, which I understand there are quite a few. And because the trees look very nice, they tend to inspire awareness and educate all generations on solar and clean renewable energy. And certainly one of the best parts is that the tree is at no cost, and they are built and maintained by FPL.
And this is kind of a rendering of what it would look like, where the location.
Yeah, we've gone through quite a few locations with the staff, and one of the first locations that we found would be a very nice, prominent location would be here at the oceanfront Park Beach, and you can see the rendering behind me as far as how one of the solar trees would look.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Can people plug into that tree?
We do plan on putting a bench and a charging ballard right next to that bench, so that people can plug in and charge their phones or laptops or whatnot, depending on the type of charger that we install there.
Be a fee for that?
No,
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
I have a question. Since you're FP&L, I'm quite sure you have installed other solar trees, as you call them, elsewhere. Give me some examples.
Yeah, so we most recently installed solar trees at our headquarters in Juno Beach, and we also installed them at the Manatee Viewing Center in West Palm Beach. Those were part of the first wave of installations. We wanted to try them out, definitely ensure that they were appealing to the public and that they worked very well and they were quality installations. So we chose to install them first as part of our living lab, that we call it, within our FPL environment and our FPL campuses.
And we're also doing them at other cities, so it's not just Boynton Beach. We're offering them to other cities as well, and we're talking to other cities.
I do understand you're offering them to other cities, but I need to have some examples. That's why I asked the question, where have you placed them before? That's
FPL, you can drive up to our facilities and you can take a look at them.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
None. May I have a motion to approve?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go.
All right. Now we are moving on to public audience. Individual speakers will be limited to 3-minute presentations for items not on the agenda.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. How are you this evening?
Doing well?
Absolutely fantastic. My name is Lori Wilkinson. I am wearing a couple different hats tonight. I am the chair of the Greater Boynton Foundation, and I also serve on one of your advisory boards here in the city. And right now I'm here to talk to you about an annual event following some very big shoes to fill, I'm noticing. I don't have the history that Mr. Wells had. I don't have the solar energy, but I do have energy, lots of it, and I'm hoping everybody else does too, because we have a 5K race coming up in February. It is the 5th annual barrier-free 5K run, walk, and roll. And roll, you say. I'm not asking anybody to put on roller skates. Actually, this event is held at the Congress Avenue Barrier-Free Park. I know a number of you have been to our race before, many people in the audience as well. And we are encouraging people of all walks of life to come out. Young children, there's a 1-miler race for them. It's a 5K run, walk, and roll for people that have wheelchairs. They are invited as well, because the barrier-free park concept is for people of all abilities, including children and adults that do not walk or that need wider ramps for their play places. So that's what we've got at the Barrier-Free Park, and this race is in its 5th year, and I have some information to give to you. I would like to encourage everybody to please come out and run with us on Saturday, February 11th. There is a way to sign up on paper. There is a way to sign up online for those of you that are all techie. And the biggest and best part about this race this year is it's going to be our 2nd year of having an honorary starter. And those of you that were there last year may remember that we had an honorary starter in a big fancy princess carriage that started our race with a special needs child that introduced the race. And the same is going to be this year. But we have moved away from the princess carriage, and this year, thanks to Officer Will Rodriguez and your city project manager, Kevin Ramsey, they have been working behind the scenes in their spare time, and they are building a replica 2010 purple Camaro for a special needs child that does not walk. So it's a wheelchair, and we're going to be having the unveiling of that wheelchair on Friday, February 10th. From 4 to 6 p.m. It's called Magic Wheels and Special Deals. So come on out to the Barrier-Free Park on that Friday evening. At that time, you will be able to sample different items and see different projects from entrepreneurs and micro businesses in the area that are run by adults and youngsters with special needs. So I hope you'll come out and support us on Friday the 10th at Magic Wheels and Special Deals, and then we'll see you the next morning at the 5K race. Questions? Awesome. I'm going to give you some brochures, and for anybody that needs them, I'm going to put these on the back table afterwards.
Thank you.
Hi, you pass them down, okay?
Good evening, Angel Jones, 909 Southeast 3rd Street. You probably remember me from when I was here before speaking with the concerns of the dump site next door to my family's house. It's in a residential neighborhood, and McNano Landscaping is dumping their debris next to them. The pictures, as you can see, are horrendous. The dump goes over past an 8-foot fence. In the August 18, 2015 minutes, Commissioner Merker said that he hoped that there would be continued inspections in the dump site. And they were given an 18-month pilot program. And I hope that the commissioners, as well as the mayor, have been provided with the inspections and or the violations, because there has been many violations. Next month, February, the 18-month pilot program will expire, and we would like to know how the city is going to proceed from here. Since it's up for vote, have the commission met and discussed the inspections and the violations? We would also like to know when the vote takes place, and if the public can have the opportunity to review the inspections done on the property in the last 18 months. We have had to hire exterminators that we had to pay over $1,000 just for the initial visit, and obviously monthly costs after that. If you recall, I passed out pictures last time also, and copies of the ordinance, and I would just like to know if you have taken the opportunity to walk the site, to view it personally, at least once in the last 9 months. If you haven't, I challenge you to please come by, because I promise you will be disgusted. It is disgusting. The house in front of the dump was abandoned but purchased by a couple, and it's still on the market. Nobody wants to live next door to a dump in front of it, and nobody here would. It's just unacceptable, and I would, just begging you against renewing the pilot program and making McDonald Landscaping remove the dump from the middle of our beautiful city. We have started a petition to have it removed and never allowed to dump in our neighborhood again. They can dump their landscaping somewhere else where other companies dump their dump.
Thank you. As like you said, this was done in August of 2015, so February of this year is when the program would expire.
Correct.
And so, because we are all here together, I can talk about that I do not plan on renewing this, and that we will send someone. I'd like for the city manager to send someone to check out the property again. I am sorry that this has happened to you and has continuously happened to you, and I am there to support you and not allowing this ordinance to be continued.
God bless you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
I'll share the same sentiment that I have no intention of renewing this program.
Thank you.
This property.
Could we get a report on how many code violations actually existed in the last under this program?
Yeah, I don't have the expiration date immediately off the top of my head, so either the first or second meeting in February, we'll be bringing that back if that's when it expires.
Okay.
And we'll include that in there as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Angel, I remember meeting you when I was running for office, and I remember you literally almost being in tears telling me about this, and I'm glad that we have this opportunity to come up and really help in this situation. So I will be signing with the mayor and with Commissioner Katz and making sure that we do this and make it fair, and for the residents who live in this area, this should not be happening. People shouldn't have to live with this.
Thank you. I've been fighting this for 7 years.
Yes.
Thank you.
Minister Bernard Wright, 713 Northwest 2nd Street. I want to bring to y'all attention a matter of great concern. I was in conversation over the phone with Vice Mayor McCray, also with John and Lori. I was trying to get in touch with her, but I spoke to John about a matter of great concern regarding our police department and their over-patrolling our neighborhood. Let me say that we have an officer neighborhood program with Paramore and Deal in there with the intentions of building dialogue with the black community, especially. And I don't see them. I don't, and I'm there all the time. I'm a serious advocate. And I want to say that our patrolmen are coming in and they are posting up in areas that the CRA own around these businesses. I have the proprietors here tonight. And they're stopping these people from coming in, patronizing these people's businesses, and that's hurt their business. You got a Family Dollar there already. You understand? And because you see some blacks assembly. We have nowhere to assemble. I don't sell drugs, and I'm there constantly off and on when I'm not at my house doing business or doing my homely duties. And so, and many more. We're not all dope sellers. And so whatever your concept may be, but you just come, you park 2, 3. I got pictures on that I've sent to Vice Mayor McCray, how they 4 deep, 3 deep in the areas where we assemble. And we know the intentions, the purpose. It's not good practice. It doesn't help to build dialogue when we do not trust them with the situation being today in this country's crisis regarding police officers and their brutality and killing young black men. Listen, you can't do this, antagonize and inflame us and expect for you to build dialogue. I am instrumental in building dialogue. I took police, had them by the grace of God, moved that off the window because of the origin of police. It has to do with control. I am disillusioned that it's not about protect and serve and protect as we think it is. No, it's not. This is why we got to get to the root of this thing. It's policing is about controlling the neighborhood, was already established to control the working class and the lower poor people. And right now it's targeting Latinos and blacks. And let me tell you something, with mass incarceration and things of this nature, that I'm very well have a scholarship of. And let me just say this, it has to stop. Mayor, you commissioners on the dais, city manager, Chief Katz, you don't have dialogue with me any longer. I thought we were going somewhere. It seems that we're not going anywhere. You don't answer my calls. I'm telling you about what's going on down here in the ground where I am. What's happening with their mindset. We don't want to riot. We don't want these things in born. It's a prophetic spirit of a better Boynton. You can't have a better Boynton if you don't have a dialogue with your police department. We can't have a dialogue when they're coming down there, sitting down on us, squatting on us like this is slavery and we on a plantation and you our slave master. To God be the glory. It has to stop. And I mean stop immediately. I'm born and raised. My great-grandfather built this street. I stand for something in this town. But now they have people who come here just to
Thank you, sir.
for
You're
employment.
finished. Thank you.
To run this town. To
Thank you.
God be the glory. Come on. Come on. Let's get some.
How you doing?
Good evening.
James, please state your name and address for the
My
record.
name is Clifford Bell. I'm a resident of Boynton Beach, and my address is 512 North 13th Avenue, Boynton Beach. I'm complaining about the taxpayer money on 128 Martin Luther King and 1213 Northwest 4th Street with the Boynton Beach Police Department. I managed to be in this, and sometime I don't have my camera. I lost my other phone, but I have seen the police sits there 7 hours sometime on Martin Luther King. I have went over on Cherry Hill. They blocked the streets. People can't go through just sitting there for hours. I mean, what is all this taxpayer money for them to sit there all day?
I've seen them there, and I went up to them, and they're policing. And, it's, that's, I don't see that they were doing anything wrong. On the CRA property, they're not blocking anybody.
Okay, but I mean, they're wasting taxpayer money sitting there 6-7 hours sometimes.
Well, that means there's no crimes happening, and they're not being
If
called.
they're riding, I mean.
So I think they're doing a great job. If there's no crimes for them to do anything, they're there on their beat, and they're on a moment's notice. They're going to be patrolling the area or go to any sort of call.
But I know that it's mostly in minority business places.
No, that's the area.
Well, what about the other area, Ocean Avenue?
Yeah,
Cannon
that's the
Market?
police station. They're all throughout the whole city. That's their
They don't
job.
sit there like they don't sit there. They don't sit there like that.
Yes.
What are you saying, Mayor?
I saw them park on Cherry Hill, just block the whole
Well,
driveway.
they go to all other parts of the city as well.
Reverend Wright, it is not your time to talk.
Sir,
You need to
if you
respect
keep
the
on
chambers.
talking, you will be removed.
I mean, I just don't think it's. I mean, I don't have a problem, when they come out there doing, but when they sit there 4 and 5 hours, that's just a waste of taxpayer money. That's a waste of taxpayer money.
And what problems are they creating by sitting there?
Well, a lot of people
Sir,
don't want to
please
stop there.
leave.
A lot of people don't want to stop.
For what why wouldn't they want to stop? Wouldn't they feel safe?
Well,
with a
I guess they
patrolman
feel
there?
terrorized by the police department.
Do the police engage these people that don't want to stop?
I guess so. I mean,
Have you seen
they
them
don't
engage
bother
them?
me. They
Oh,
don't
okay.
bother me.
So they don't bother you then?
No.
Okay, good.
But I mean, it bothers my business when people don't want to come by.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? I done seen people coming in there, and as soon as they leave, they have been pulled for no reason.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Archie, 1711 Woodfern Drive. Well, tonight's report card night. Okay, here we go. Commissioner Casello and Commissioner McRae, it's independent this year. You got good reports last year, and I'm going to let it go at that. I just want to remain independent. But you got good marks, and you're doing okay, too. We're going to start with District 1, Commissioner Katz. Keep it up. You're doing good. Straight A.
Thank you. I'm usually giving out the grades. This
Okay.
is actually a lot more,
No,
more nerve-wracking.
That's it. There are a little points better than an A. Mayor Grant, you started off slow, and I was a little ambivalent, but you earned an A.
Thank you.
And I want to thank you both. You're both good. I gotta make one special comment. Commissioner Romulus, A+.
All right.
I have to show a little courtesy to the lady, and I want to tell you something. Stand your ground. The three of you are the best crop of commissioners to come in my memories. I've been down here almost about 19 years, active in the commission, and down to most meetings. And the three of you got a good future. Just keep it up. and I'm proud that you won, and that's it. A's are not bad, but I had to give one standout tonight.
All right.
Okay. The other thing I want to say is this Friday, I think we have an illegal president. He's not my president. He's not my president.
You have a minute left.
And I got to tell you something.
Please be quiet.
He tweets like a bird. He runs. He's going to limit news reports, deny, lie, confuse, fake news, and the people that he's appointing to the important jobs of secretaries, especially with the school, private vouchers, watch your Social Security, your Medicare, Medicaid. I hope we don't go back to the Stone Age. And as far as global warming, he's appointing somebody that wants to get rid of the EPA. When I was stationed for a while in California in the Marine Corps, let me tell you something. The air was bad, but we got it cleaned up. And one good note for the high school, they were my brethren, the Marine kids, and I'm going to volunteer to help them up there. Thank you. God bless everybody. Have a healthy and happy New Year.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. James Dvorsny, 2625 Lake Drive North, Boynton Beach. I'm up here just to address a concern that I have with parking and bicycle lanes, especially on Federal Highway. There's a couple of issues. One is that I notice it's increasing, especially up by the Casa del Mar development that's going up right now. I live right near there. There's two issues that I have pulling out of my street. One is I'm attempting to get into the right of way, and I have a blind issue where trucks and cars are parked, so it's very difficult to see the oncoming traffic. That's the first thing. Second thing is I can't see a bicyclist who has to get out of the bike lane and drive on Federal Highway to enter back into the bike lane again. So I'm concerned that there could be a catastrophe with a bicyclist or a motorist getting crushed, and I'd hate to be addressed at a point where we have a fatality or something like that. So my question is, who do I call? Is this in the police jurisdiction? Is this in our code enforcement? I've looked at other cities and looked at answers for this, and it seems that no one has a real clear idea on how this proceeds. I've heard different things such as, well, it has to have a no parking sign right there for our police to enforce that. So it's a conundrum, and I'm concerned that we're going to have a catastrophe before we answer the question. So maybe I'm just up here information seeking, but perhaps you can enlighten us.
Dr. Jim, just a quick question. Are these the construction workers that are parking illegally?
Yes.
Illegally or illegally, depending on how you look at it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's construction workers.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know that US 1 is owned by the Florida Department of Transportation. It's not owned by the city. So I would suggest you go look at the FDOT if that has any help regarding any sort of things going on with the US 1.
So if something were to happen, we're okay as far as our city is concerned?
Mayor,
I mean, from a liability standpoint?
we can pay a courtesy visit out to the site through our building department and let them know that that's become a problem, and they usually work with us, so we'd be happy to chat with them about it.
Okay.
Right. And although it's owned by FDOT, we still have the rule and the power to police US 1, and that's what we need to do, sir. I understand what you're saying. Lori, I'm glad that you stepped up and said that you all are going to look at it, because it needs to be looked into. Thank you.
Yep. And by the way, the new appointee for the community standards, I met the man, very impressive. I think it's a great hire, Lori. Great job.
Hello, Alexandra Wilson.
You need to talk in the mic.
Sorry. Alexandra Wilson, 1202 Northwest 5th Street. For the last couple of weeks, I've been talking to some old pioneers of Boynton Beach, particularly in District 2, and I've been learning that most of my concerns are their concerns about redeveloping District 2. One in particular, I want to piggyback on what Minister Wright as well as the Bells stated, that there's not a lot of places that the people of District 2 can get together and have a joyous time. So I was looking at some of the projects and the passing of the one-cent referendum. Can we implement some type of benches as well as palm trees at the park Heritage Park that's on Seacrest and 10th Avenue? Can that be done, and that be an area where the people of District 2 can congregate without the interruption of the police officers? And I'm bringing this up because re-election is in March, and I want all three of the commissioners to hear the people of District 2. We need you guys to be on top of this. We don't have a lot of places to congregate together without the interruption of the police. So as the people, can you guys come up with some type of plan to where we can be a community where we can congregate together and not have any interruption of the police? And I hope you really take a consideration of that 1 cent referendum items.
Let me go ahead and jump in and address that, because I represent District 2, and I'm glad you said those of us that are running. I brought a proposal here to this commission and the CRA where we had a piece of land where I wanted to put a park in there, where we would put a pavilion and some benches. And some of my colleagues sitting up here tonight voted it down. So I did look at it. I tried to implement something, but I was turned down because they said that they didn't want to spend money to put a park in there for individuals who call humans to walk, but they wanted to spend $450,000 for a dog park. I did look at it.
Can we as the people get the commissioners and the leaders that turned that deal down?
You can check the records there, read it to you.
Do you know which date that was on?
The clerk could tell you. Just check with the clerk's office.
Not tomorrow, though.
Say it again?
Tomorrow to check with the clerk's office.
Tomorrow, check with the clerk?
And they will pull the record.
And then if you, moving forward, it would be, I think on March 28th, we have update of our strategic planning. And then in July, we have our budget hearings. And so that is the time that we plan for the 2017-2018 budget, where we would do any sort of capital improvement that you're requesting.
I see here, I have the capital budget that was approved last summer. And here it stated that it's money allocated for the Heritage Park. So what I'm stating that, can this board implement some type of benches, palm trees, something to where the people can congregate at this park? Because like Minister Wright stated, we all are not drug dealers. I'm particularly not one.
Thank you. Your time's up.
Thank you.
Mayor, just for the record, I was one of the commissioners that voted no for that park, and we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars over at the Hester Center. We've got a beautiful park over to Sarah Sims Park where people can surely gather.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to, Commissioner Costello, I'm not going to sit in. Let you tell me that we got a beautiful place over at Sarah Sims. I don't know when the last time you've been over at Sarah Sims Park, if that's what you're talking about. You do need to visit. Thank you.
Hi, Susan Oyer, 140 Southeast 27th Way. I'm coming once again to ask that we have cigarette disposal units, whatever they're called, those little tall skinny things where you put your cigarettes. Somewhere up and down Ocean Avenue, you were nice enough to put in trash cans, but as the person who's sweeping up all the cigarettes every Sunday morning in front of my family's businesses, I'm very tired of doing it. Our cigarette smokers are very sloppy and messy, and they dump hundreds of them out there on Ocean Avenue in that one block every week, because I pick them up every Sunday. It'd be very nice if, since we have all those trash cans and recycling bins in Dewey Park, if we had add one of those little cigarette things where people could just toss their cigarettes, hopefully. The second thing, I want to say thank you to whoever it is that lit a fire under the construction guys who finally finished the construction in front of the water plant. I know that has just been months, and poor Colin has had to endure, 78 days behind schedule, and an entire month where they did no work. So whoever lit the fire under those guys, thank you. I hope you never pick that construction firm ever again. Hope you make that construction firm's name public so that everyone knows not to ever hire them, since they did nothing for an entire month. And the third thing is, as we're moving forward on the Boynton Beach Boulevard changes, know that I am for it, and I really would like to see some public input so you guys can get our input on this. And I want to be part of the solution, not part of the problem, since I'm all for it. So please let me know what day I can actually take off work, because I haven't taken off work a day in like 2 or 3 years now. And I'd be glad to volunteer one of my days to come sit in one of those meetings so we can make this a positive thing on Boynton Beach Boulevard. Thank you.
Good night. My name is Ray Whiteley, 223 Northeast 12th Avenue. Nothing really to say, but whenever you give a preacher 3 minutes to speak, you're going to find something to really speak about. One thing that I thought about, we have all these developments going up, and we have Lowe's and Home Depot and other small businesses in the city. Is there any way we can have some sort of agreement with the builders that we buy from these organizations because they're in our city? Those little mom and pop stuff, they could sell some of these supplies. Just a thought. Just a thought.
Thank you. Seeing no more public audience, moving on to administrative. Advisory board appointments. I believe we have 2 for the senior advisory board. Vice Mayor McCray.
Thank you. Mayor Andrew Richardson.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. I'd like to appoint Jean Young to the Senior Advisory Board.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. And then I would remind the board that we do have Arts Commission spots available, Building Board of Adjustments and Appeals, Library Board, and Senior Advisory Board still spots left available. Moving on to consent agenda. Item G has been pulled. Commissioner Casella, would you like to discuss?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is pertaining to mapping. Let me find my notes here. Yeah, they've rated a number of companies here, and the top 3. But my point here is that number 3 and 4 was a virtual tie as far as scoring. I would ask this board that maybe we could have 4 participants in this program instead of the 3 where the scores were so close. Like I say, it was a virtual tie between the 3rd and 4th company.
Commissioner Settle.
What was the 4th company?
The 4th company was I'm saying
Ingenuity.
That right. Ingenuity, yeah, group. And Mr. Livergood gave that his personal highest one, which I put a lot of weight into that.
Commissioner Casello, yes, I was also in favor of doing this. I'm just saying, and I want to ask the city manager, is there any reason why we cannot have 4 instead of having 3 at the discretion of this commission?
No, sir, you have that discretion.
I'm going to offer a motion that we go ahead and have 4 at this time.
I would second that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Seeing that Commissioner Katz is absent, all those in favor?
Aye.
The motion passes 4-0. Commissioner Katz is absent. May I have a motion to approve remaining items on the consent
So
agenda?
moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Moving on to item 7A, proposed resolution number R17-011, utilizing National Intergovernmental Purchasing Alliance contract number 151089, body-worn cameras and storage system, and authorize the city manager to sign a master services and purchase agreement and any related documents to purchase body-worn cameras and a 5-year subscription with Evidence.com for the storage of all video related to the body-worn cameras, subject to the city attorney's review and approval. The national IPA contract was competitively bid by the city of Tucson, Arizona, and satisfies the city's competitive bid requirements. requesting commission approval to utilize $49,737.92 for the cost of the cameras, including shipping, from the Federal Forfeiture Law Enforcement Trust Fund. The 5-year subscription to evidence.com for unlimited storage cost is $512,046 to be paid from the departmental budget. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I'll second that. We have some discussion here?
Yep, we'll have a discussion first.
Yeah, I think this is a long time coming here. I think it's a great tool. We've had the discussions with Chief Katz. He's explained a lot of the procedure that goes with these. Ever since the Corey Lewis tragedy.
Jones,
I'm sorry. Forgive me. I think that this could alleviate a lot of the issues that we have. I know, Chief Katz, I sent you a list, and I think, Ray, if you want to get up and speak to some of those questions that you asked me today, there was one there that you had, I think you said red flagged. If you want to come up to the mic and... Okay, Chief, you can...
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief Katz.
Chief Katz?
Hi.
Hi.
Jeff Katz, Police Chief. I'd like to thank you for, I believe, what will be your support for this expenditure. The body-worn camera program is something that we've been looking into since, since October of 2015 is when we put together a committee of personnel. It was chaired by Captain Joe DiGiulio. It was comprised of 10 or 11 individuals, all of whom looked at the use of a body-worn camera program from different perspectives, be it from a legal perspective, a union perspective, technology, and so on. One of the things that I asked this committee to do, because it's such a large purchase, is to take a look at some of the early adopting agencies of body-worn camera programs and try to learn from some of the issues that they ran into in their implementation so that we didn't reinvent the wheel and we didn't put ourselves in a position where we were spending money where it wasn't put to good use. We looked at a variety of different camera systems. We had input from the officers wearing the cameras, and I can tell you that overwhelmingly our personnel are excited about the idea of wearing body-worn cameras, primarily because it serves as a tremendous defense for baseless complaints against law enforcement officers who are doing their job. I ran our internal affairs section for 8 years, and I can tell you that 9 out of 10 times, video shows that the officer did what the officer was supposed to do. And in the one time out of that 10 times that we have a problem, then we have evidence of the issue. And from a due process standpoint, I think the body-worn cameras are beneficial. I support them. I think that they're good for accountability from a police standpoint and from a public standpoint. And I think we all serve to be better served with this program in place.
Chief, I would like to make a comment, and that is that I wish we would have had body cameras in place when we came to litigation and this city got sued, okay, by an individual named Harris. I can call his name because it's over with now. My concern, sir, with you is that when will these cameras be turned off? I'm just saying, answer that. I'm just saying, will they be worn the entire and on the entire hours that the officers are in working, or will they be turned off? I'm just saying at the point, I know of personal hygienes that they would be off then, but when will they be turned off? I'm just saying.
Certainly. The way our policy reads right now, any substantive law enforcement action that an officer will take will be recorded. There are specific instances in which we will not be recording. For example, if an officer is lawfully conducting a strip search of a prisoner, we certainly would not want to videotape that. There are things that are codified in Florida statute with respect to public records and documentation, things that will not be considered public record. So even though the camera is on, there will be certain things that we will not be able to release in terms of public record. For example, the inside of a private home, the inside of a school during school hours, social services facilities, mental health facilities, healthcare facilities, things of that nature. That stuff is codified in Florida statute. So there are times that the camera will not be on, but what I would also say is that upon taking any substantive law enforcement action, the camera should be on.
Chief, that falls under the officer discretion?
There's very little latitude with respect to the discretion on what's videotaped, and that's by design, and not something that is really that officers take objection to. The officers want what they're doing recorded because, as I said, it's the very best basis to protect themselves against a baseless complaint.
The videos from the camera, sir, how long will we keep them as records? I'm just saying, what is the statute of limitations saying how long we need to keep these records?
That's a great question.
I know it is.
As I've shared before with people that I've talked to about the program, the camera is pretty cheap. It's kind of like getting an inkjet printer. It's the storage of the video where the vendor really makes their money. We're looking at a 90-day retention for all video. We're looking for a 4-year retention for videos that tie to something like a police pursuit or anything where there might be a high liability issue. And then, of course, Florida Public Records Retention Law would dictate how long we keep video that's evidentiary.
My next question is, since you're going to be keeping video, where will they be stored?
The storage platform for the vendor that we're requesting is on what's called evidence.com, which is a cloud-based storage solution, and it is known to be secure. My understanding is this is the same storage solution used by the CIA.
What's the cost for storage?
It's a subscription-based program, and it runs roughly $100,000 a year, and that is for hardware and for storage. That will equip each officer in Road Patrol, 80 officers actually, with 2 cameras, one for on-duty and one for off-duty, and all storage associated with their duties.
My final question is $100,000. That has been budgeted. I'm just saying, did we budget for $100,000 to store these?
We did.
We did? Okay. All right.
Chief, you gave some numbers earlier on the saying the transparency, the number of complaints actually brought to the department because of these cameras were being utilized. Can you give us those numbers again, the number of complaints?
I was speaking hypothetically in my experience of 8 years of running our internal affairs section. I would say roughly 9 out of 10 complaints when you have video exonerates the officer from alleged wrongdoing. Believe it or not, when police officers are in a position to exercise their authority in public against personnel who are people who are accused of doing things against the law, oftentimes we are subject to criticisms. And so having the video is actually very beneficial to us because most of the time our personnel do get it right.
My final question, I'm sorry, but is that when the police officers are sitting in front of Bell's store, Cherry Hill, will those cameras be running?
Absolutely.
See what they're not doing or doing. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right. My question is more, I remember the video that the Boynton Beach Police did regarding a police stop. Would you be willing to do another video to talk about what exactly is going to happen with the cameras and explain the benefits to the people so that there's more knowledge about the cameras so that not just our department but that the world knows why the body cameras are so important?
We'd be happy to.
All right, wonderful.
Chief, to clarify on something that I asked you during our meeting, it was 80 cameras and it's 2 per person, so it's 160, 80 personnel per 2 cameras, so 160 cameras, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That was the final number.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and let me get on a soapbox for a second because this is something that I've been really excited and looking forward to coming here in the city. And, we owe this to our law enforcement personnel. We also owe this to our citizens to have this evidentiary body where we can not only just hypothesize or guess as to a situation, but to actually see it and to know that this is something that, concrete proof, this is what happened. We have individuals that who are putting their lives on the risk day in and day out. Family members, loved ones, say goodbye to them, not knowing whether they'll come back. And when we have these cameras to protect their integrity, making sure that accusations and lies aren't made against them simply because of
somebody doesn't want to get in trouble. This is something that will make sure that these things don't happen and allegations aren't just thrown around. And our personnel who are risking their lives every day, who put on that blue and are standing to defend our city and our public, that their interests are kept in mind. So I want to thank you, and I want to thank our police officers always for what they do. And we know, again, that this is something that's going to be beneficial for not just our police department, but also for the public. So I'm looking forward to this going through.
Thank you very much.
And I see a public comment. Yeah, please make it brief.
Yeah, I'll make it very brief. Woodrow Hay, 427 Northwest 5th Avenue. Chief, will there be consequences for a situation where they should have had the camera on and they don't turn it on?
If it's codified in policy, then personnel are subject to disciplinary action. We are currently still working that out. We have to impact bargain it with the Collective Bargaining Association. But yes.
Ray Whiteley again, 223 Northeast 12. I love the body camera. Chief Katz and I, we've had conversations about it. We've had meetings about it, where some of our meetings has gone into a couple hours well. We had candid conversations, so I do love it. Awesome initiative, and being one of the champions from the Corey Jones movement, it really means a lot. My concern, though, is the word officer's discretion. That's my concern, because having conversations with the chief, and I do have family members that are sworn police officers, situations go from 0 to 100 like this. Like this. 1 minute, everything's calm. The next minute is total chaos. So that discretion thing, what happens when they're just hanging out, chilling, watching at the Cherry Hill Mart, whatever, right? And their discretion is to turn it off. Then something happens. We miss it. So it's a fine line there with that discretion. Either it is or it isn't. And if it's not in policy, I love that whole language. If it's in policy and they adhere to policy, then they're not wrong. But if we don't get the policy right to begin with, we have nothing to hold them accountable to. So that's my thoughts. So please just take a look at what the discretion means. And Chief and I did speak about it earlier, and he did say that, hey, let's talk about it more. So he has always had an open door policy that we could have conversations about the concerns. So thank you, Chief, and I just wanted to share that.
Let me reiterate, I asked the chief about when the officers are sitting at Bell's and officers are sitting at Cherry Hill, and he stated to me that those cameras would be running. So that is no room for no discretion at all times. That they're there, they need to be on. That's it. You assured me. You said they'd be running.
Yep. All right. Next
That's
comment.
Discretion.
Both.
For us.
My name is Jared Wiseman, P.O. Box 17165, and I live in Plantation. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm the regional manager of VView. We're a body camera company and branded as Safariland Group. Throughout this presentation, I'm going to refer to us as Safariland. I'm here tonight to ask the Commission to oppose this agenda, Item 7A, and require that the purchase of body cameras and software and cloud storage go to a competitive RFP bid. By doing this, you will ensure the City of Boynton Beach will get the best technology at the best price. I understand the City permits alternative methods of purchasing, but this piggyback proposal is for the City of Tucson and was awarded to Taser almost 2 years ago. Technology has changed. The cameras that were reviewed 2 years ago on that RFP process no longer exist or are not on the market. The cameras that we had at the time are no longer on the market. The City of Boynton Beach did order a camera of ours to review. They were never allowed us to do a presentation, and we were not allowed to show them our software. Software is 90% of this. Safariland Group is a premier manufacturer of law enforcement products for over 50 years, and we have over 32 brands. The City of Boynton Beach uses in the past, our body armor. They use our tactical armor, body shields, and our holsters and duty gear. We're currently the body camera provider for Miami-Dade, the largest police department in the state of Florida, 1,500 cameras deployed. recently recently won the NYPD RFP. Both of those RFPs, we beat Taser, lower prices, and better technology. When considering the city of Boynton Beach getting the best technology and bang for the buck, this proposal is for $561,000. If you piggybacked on the Miami-Dade contract, you'd be under $400,000, a 30% savings. The benefits to piggybacking are supposed to be better products, quicker time, better pricing. You're not getting any one of those. Is the council aware that the cameras tested in 2014 are old technology no longer available? Is the council aware that in 2 years since the inception, body camera companies have increased their technology, changed their technology, and so we're not comparing apples to apples? Is the council aware that 2 of the top 10 body camera companies are located right here in Florida, not in Arizona? Is council aware that VView, our company, developed the world's first and only auto activation camera system? This will resolve some of the issues that are being discussed here, and without going to a competitive process, the city of Boynton Beach is unaware of this. This is the holster currently used by the city of Boynton Beach. Here's VView's body camera. When you unholster the gun, automatically turns on the body camera, regardless if you had it on or not. 30-second pre-record. That means you'll get the 30 seconds before the gun was ever unholstered. So if you Google body cameras, shootings, you'll see how many shootings there are around the country where body cameras were never activated. Because when the poop hits the fan, the body cameras, officers are going safety first, gun out. They're not remembering to turn on the body cameras. Since we own 85% of the holster market in this country, we are the only ones who can have a resolution to this. So a wired solution now will be wireless in the very near future. I asked the city of Boynton Beach, we've been a trusted partner of you to protect your officers' lives, and we ask and humbly ask that you oppose this piggyback deal and allow us to competitively bid and the other vendors to competitively bid for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, before we begin, I'd also like to recognize Al Jaquette, District State Rep for District 88, who just arrived.
Jaquette?
And then do you mind if we finish public comments before we ask the Chief Cats any more questions?
Yeah, I have some questions. I was going to ask about, this gentleman took the words right out of my mouth about the technology. Has the commission looked into this type of technology? It seems to make sense to me, rather than go to Arizona, to stay right here, closer to home. And if you could piggyback and save a lot of money, that was another question I was going to ask. I want to know from Chief Katz, and he knows I'm with him, how many cameras we're going to get and how many police are going to have them. We have, 180, 200 police officers?
We're going to be receiving 80 cameras, but actually we'll be receiving 160 cameras, but cameras for 80 officers, which will cover our road patrol personnel, all of our road patrol personnel.
But if you're working on rotating hours and shifts, how's that going to work getting on a 24-hour basis to get the other officers the cameras?
Every officer assigned to road patrol will be issued 2 cameras, one for on duty and one for off duty. So when they're driving their marked cars home, they'll have a camera. When they come into work, they'll have a fresh camera.
Tech-wise, are you up to standards of what this gentleman presented? It seems to me that holster type of situation with the shootings going around, to me, makes a lot of sense. What you getting, and I have nothing to do with this guy, I never saw him in my life. How do your cameras match up with what, especially with the holster? That interested me. That's another reason why I got up here.
Well, every vendor has its own opportunities to distinguish themselves as a premier company for body-worn cameras. And the truth of the matter is, as we continue to look at the program and as we commissioned this body to get together and take a look at body-worn cameras, we experienced changes in technology from the camera that we are actually proposing that we purchase, a second iteration of that camera. The technology is rapidly advancing, and we took into consideration a variety of factors, not the least of which are the personnel who are going to be responsible for wearing and activating those cameras. The ease of use, the weight of the camera, the location of the camera, its ability to integrate, because we are looking at the TASER Axion 2 body-worn camera, its ability to integrate with our smart TASER technology. So when our TASERs are deployed, our body-worn cameras activate. So we took into consideration a variety of different factors in an overall body of work that lasted well over a year. And we looked at it from, as I said in the very beginning of my discussion, from a variety of different perspectives. Now, we feel that we've made a sound decision. We feel that although there may be cheaper options, although there may be options that offer higher definition clarity or night vision enhancement, or a bunch of other things that certain body camera technologies will espouse as what makes them better than their competition, we feel we struck the right balance in the selection of the camera that we proposed. I would submit to you that we don't want cameras that have ultra high definition views of things, because we don't want a camera that's going to pick up something that the human eye can't. Because ultimately we're going to take a look at the video and we're going to say, well, we see it, why didn't the officer? We don't want video that has night vision enhancement, because our officers aren't equipped with night vision enhancement, and quite frankly, that would be improper for us to do that. So we looked at the technology that we felt was best suited. The TASER Axion 2 body-worn camera system is considered an industry standard, as is Evidence.com. There are other competent, capable vendors. We took a look at a variety of different camera solutions, and as I said, I think we struck the right balance, and I applaud the committee's work, and I endorse it.
Do you think that Arizona, where I presume you're purchasing, is better than staying a little bit more local, so that if anything comes up, that's an important factor, the way I reason it?
I've been using Safariland products for 24 years of my law enforcement career. They're a fine company. But that's not really the point. They're an international company, as is TASER, is an international company. Where the company is rooted or where it has offices is inconsequential to me. I support the work of our body camera committee, and I endorse it, and I ask for your support in it.
Yeah, you got my support, and you know it. The compliment that I have for you, and I'm glad that these officers are getting some kind of protection for themselves and for the citizens. When I was an auxiliary in New York, I was in an incident that I wish I had a body camera at that time, but I got out of that one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just, Chief, could you answer, does the technology we're proposing to bid on right now, does it not include the holster activation as well as the 30-second prior to incident record?
The camera we're looking at now does have a 30-second prior recording. It does not have the holster activation. I believe that's something that Safariland has the patent on. They are a manufacturer of holsters. I believe he said they have 85% of the holster market. That's their niche. Everybody has, as I said, something different to offer. But I believe if we're deploying 80 cameras out there, and we have good quality cameras, I believe we're going to capture whatever it is we want to capture. And our officers understand that it's in our officers and the public's best interest to capture as much as possible.
I'm going to ask another question. That was that your group, did they look at this gentleman's proposal? I'm just saying, was he given a chance?
I believe we did evaluate the Safariland camera. Yes, we did.
Well, what did you look at and get a yes from?
Our committee chair, Joe DiGiulio, Captain Joe DiGiulio.
Oh, over there. Oh, okay.
Chief, you're satisfied with your committee's recommendation, and you recommend that to this commission, that we accept that recommendation?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, and we still have more public comments.
Kenneth Banks, 411 Northeast 27th Avenue.
real quick, I just want to say thanks for the commissioners and chief staff for, introducing the body cam and trying to get this body cam approved. I'm a family member of Corey Jones, and one of the worst things is not knowing what happened. And I live here, so I want that security, not just for me, but for others, because we see what's going on, in this nation. It's like every day it's like 3 or 4 killings. And we need to know, to protect the officers and also the citizens. And I just want to say that please heavily support the body cam, heavily support for the police officers. Like I said, I got many cousins that are police officers, and we grieve, but we're moving forward. But if every municipality can have these cameras, it's a great relief, when you lose a loved one, and then because transparency is the thing that we need to. Sometimes everything get muddled all up and all that, but transparency, when you have a camera, camera don't lie. It don't lie. So I'm just asking you guys and our family to, heavily consider this so nobody else have to experience what we're experiencing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, I just want to apologize for misstating Corey's last name in my opening remarks. I apologize for that.
Floyd Zonenstein, 2620 Northeast 1st Court. As a former retired police officer injured in the line of duty, I wholeheartedly support the body cameras. I am also a former parking enforcement officer from Boynton Beach, and as the chief knows, he gave us body cameras to try, and they worked out well. In other words, when people would confront you, we would turn them on and tell them they're being photographed and recorded, and boy, were they nice. I go.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Urban Sineas, 400 Northwest 5th Lane. Just a quick question. First of all, the body cam is definitely a good step in the right direction. But I wanted to ask about number one, that holster technology is pretty sweet, so you definitely should look at that. But I wanted to know that even with the body cams, I don't know if this is a city thing, but is the protection of a citizen to be able to videotape with their own cell phones or whatever, is that still something that can be used as well, along with body cameras? I don't want that. Is that substituting that, or is that still something that we have the freedom to do as well?
Well, while it's not specific to the agenda item, if I may have the latitude to answer for
please.
public's edification, I think it's valuable. Absolutely. As long as a member of the public doesn't interfere with a law enforcement officer in their function, citizens are absolutely able to, and I would even encourage people to videotape whatever it is they wish to videotape in the public domain. It's absolutely, and any government official that tells you not to videotape them, I would question that.
All right, awesome. I'm glad that's on public record, so I just want to know that. And like I said, look, to be a law enforcement officer, much respect to you guys. It's sometimes a thankless job. There's a lot that goes into it, and I understand the climate. Now, with that also being said, body cameras is one thing, but we've seen murders on body cameras. We've seen the cameras, and it didn't do anything. Further than that, and maybe this is not the right stance, but I would love to continue dialogue about community engagement with the police. Really, like the old beat officers who knew the community, who looked like the community and things like that. I don't know where you stand on that type of interaction, getting out of the car and meeting people, regular human stuff.
We do have programs of that nature, and if you'd like to see me after the meeting or even after this, I'll gladly give you my card, and we can absolutely have that dialogue. We do have programs of that nature.
All right. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Cool.
Seeing no more comments from the public, is the board ready to make a All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Seeing none, motion passes unanimously. Moving on to approve a one-year renewal for the annual supply of sodium hydroxide.
Much less.
Much this,
Public speakers.
yeah.
Wow.
Nice transition there.
Colin, would you please come up and discuss this, or Tim? What is sodium hydroxide and why do we need it? Yeah.
That one's you. All right, it's not near as exciting, but Colin Groff, Assistant City Manager, sodium hydroxide used in our water treatment. It's used to raise the pH of the water after we lower it to do our treatment. It's not exciting.
All right.
It's chemistry.
May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
I need to speak to the city manager. You know, it's something we need to be done with these microphones. Maybe I'm the only somebody having problems hearing people.
All right.
We can possibly adjust the volume, but sometimes then we get feedback, so we try to maintain that balance. We just encourage anybody speaking to speak into the mic.
Okay.
Moving on to new business, item 12A. Authorize the mayor to sign an interlocal agreement between the City of Boynton Beach and Boynton Beach Community Redevelopment Agency for the CRA funding of a Community Standards Outreach Coordinator for the CRA for the amount not to exceed $134,000. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion from the board? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
I have a question. They said that we had a new community outreach person that was here tonight. Is this the individual that we just voted on?
No, sir. We haven't hired that position yet. I think they Dr. DeVorsny may have been referring to Pierre or Mr. Scott that are working in the department currently, but we made a nice presentation to Inca last night and introduced our community standards team that we have on board so far.
Okay.
Thank you. That's a promotion. Okay.
All right. Item 12B, accept the ranking of the proposers as determined by the Evaluation Committee for the request for qualifications for Town Square redevelopment. The committee also recommends that the commission request the 3 top-ranked submittals to be moved on to Part 2 of the process. Can we have staff go further? Discuss this further.
Yes, Colin Groff, Assistant City Manager, and I'm glad to be here tonight to present this to you. Just a brief reminder, we are still in the cone of silence, meaning that as a board and the selection committee members cannot discuss this amongst each other or with anybody else involved in the process during this process while we're selecting a team to move forward with this project that is by Palm Beach County code. So I just want to remind everybody that we still are in that cone of silence. Current schedule for this, we did the draft RFQ in September, final in October. Right now we're at the first step of many, many steps in this project, and that is selecting the short list of teams that will come forward with a conceptual design and conceptual cost estimate. And that's what we're doing tonight. And the next step would be is to make the final team selection, which we're targeting for March 21st, and with a contract approval April 4th. Those are very tentative estimated dates, so we will see how it goes. Just real quick, so everybody remembers what we're doing right now. We released a request for proposals, which included all the project criteria and spelled out the selection process that every team that submitted would use, that would be used for each team that submitted. We received Part 1 proposals from the interested developers, which included their backgrounds, their experience of these types of projects. The selection team reviewed the qualifications and scored them based on their published criteria. The ranked list is in front of you tonight, and the scoring team is recommending that the top 3 scored teams move forward to Part 2 of the process. So, selection team members, and this is really for the public so they know who is doing this right now. Our city manager, Michael Simon, is interim CRA executive director, Andrew Mack, director of development, Jeff Livergood, director of public works, Linda Cross, who's the chair of the CRA advisory board, and Ryan Wheeler, who's an engineer on the planning and development board member. It's a very broad team doing the selection, and they all have their expertises in different areas, and that's what you want when you're trying to select a team to do this type of project, is a broad variety of experts in their fields that can review proposals and make the best recommendation possible to the board. The selection team recommendation, there were 4 teams that submitted, and the selection team recommends approval of the rankings and extending an invitation to submit on Part 2 of the request for proposals to the top 3 ranked firms, which are Boynton Vision LLC, E2L Real Estate Solutions LLC, MCC LLC. Okay, so the next steps, after we do that, and just remind people what the next steps, after the recommended shortlist is approved, we will invite those teams back to prepare conceptual plans and the financial packages for the project. Those will go back to the selection team for review. During that process, each team will be invited in to do a oral interview with the team. Those will be public, so they'll be open to the public, but the public really doesn't have any cannot have any interaction by state statute and Palm Beach County requirements, cannot have any interaction, but they can certainly attend and watch the proposals. The selection team will then score those teams, and the number 1 selected team will be brought forward for approval by the commission. Well, once that's done, the staff then steps in and negotiates a contract with that number 1 team to do phase 1, which is developing a master plan for the town square and developing plans, 30% plans for the public buildings and space, so they can price that, because we need pricing before we move forward to the next step. So once that's done, that's when the public, once that contract's in place, there'll be a lot of public meetings and public input for the public spaces, public open spaces, and all the public buildings. So there'll be a lot of public meetings and public input. And then once that's done, of course, then we're going to negotiate a phase 2 contract, which will include all of the contracts necessary to move forward and build the project. So with that, I'm open to any questions.
I just have one, and I understand how the rankings went, and the 3 top go. I would suggest, and I accept those rankings. I think there's some great teams there. I would suggest to the commission that if one of those 3 who are moving on to the second phase has decided not to participate any further, drops out for whatever reasons, that we extend an invitation to that 4th team, that the opening is there if they so inclined to move into the phase 2. I think it's imperative that we get as many good ideas or proposals on this that we possibly can. And I would only suggest that if one of those top 3 decides not to continue into the phase 2.
Right, and staff would have no problem with that. We think that's actually a good idea to have that person on standby if in the first 10 days one of the top 3 teams decide not to participate, and let us know.
At 10 days, absolutely.
Okay, great.
Anything else from the board?
What I'll add is that being that none of these 4 groups are minority-owned businesses, I would like to see that as they move forward, the team that I will probably give more preference to will be a team that actually represents our community here, which is at least a 30% minority or more. So that's something that is important to me, and I believe that needs to be reflected of the community here.
Yeah, also, and I'd like to say, the reason those are all LLCs and you haven't heard of those is each one of those teams probably has 10 to 12 companies involved in those teams, and many of them will have local businesses and minority businesses included, and that is something that's in the RFP. When we look at that, we're going to be looking for that as something that we're going to use in our scoring. So you're absolutely right. We will be taking that into account when we're looking for this next step and looking at what we're going to do. We have a lot of ideas that we can build that we're hoping that we see come from these teams, and the ones that give us the best ideas on how to do exactly what you said would get the higher scores. So I think you're absolutely right. That will be, you will see that as we move down in the process.
All right, seeing no more comments, can I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Do we have to make that amendment to that 10-day allowing the 4th, or?
Let the motion include the 10-day and the 4th one moves in.
Okay.
Yep. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to item C. Vice Mayor McCray, would you like to discuss?
Yes, thank you. The reason I had this put on for discussion was that for this year, about the Denson pool. I'm just saying this, it's been hot. The kids was out of school, and I could not see a phantom why the pool was not open for neighborhood kids to swim when we had a pool sitting there. And this is why I'm saying, if the weather permits, I am one that says that pool needs to be open so that anyone who wants to swim will be able to swim. I cannot fathom it being closed during the months of December and January when it's hot. I asked the city manager, why was it closed? She said, this is when they do their maintenance. They have not done maintenance. And I'm just saying, if you're going to tell me something, let it be the truth. I'm just saying that it needs to be open so that we could get them out the streets, give them something to do. And money should not be the obvious thing. We're trying to save $8,000 or $11,000. I'm just saying when it comes to District 2, the city of Boynton, I feel awful. I'm just saying for it to be a money issue when we need to be, offering services. We pay taxes, and I feel that we should get the same amount of respect and treatment as everybody else.
I agree with Vice Mayor McCray. I would like it to be open during any sort of weekend or holiday when the kids have off of school.
Go ahead, Commissioner Katz, yes.
Yeah, and speaking to the city manager, she said based on usage in the past during these months of the year that that was what necessitated the closing of the pool to some degree, and she recommended that, at least in conversation to me, that correct during holidays from school. Obviously, that would be an opportunity for students who are not in school to partake in the pool, and on Saturdays, which would be more a high frequency day. So I support that recommendation to look into days when public schools are closed and Saturdays, but not necessarily blanket opening during these periods of time, because there are maintenance needs, and the simple usage during those periods has always historically, I guess, been lower than normal, almost to the point that it's usage has been non-existent during this time period.
In regards to maintenance needs have always been scheduled, and I'm just saying there have been times when we have had maintenance needs at that pool when the pool's supposed to have been open because that was a pump that broke. I'm just saying, so don't let it be hinged on maintenance needs. I'm just saying, let it be open, give everybody a fair chance, and then when there's a time when there's something needs to be fixed, you're going to do it anyway. I'm just saying, afford us the opportunity to enjoy what has been given to us.
If I could just refresh the memory of the commission, back in August when we did receive a complaint, and a very well-founded complaint actually, once we looked into our pool hours, we did not, at the time the complaint was that we really didn't have enough open swim time for the community. So we took a look at our hours, and it actually ended up expanding them quite a bit through the spring and the summer during this last budget year. And the reason for closing the pool in December and January this year was not just for maintenance, Vice Mayor. It was to offset the added personnel cost of expanding the hours earlier in the year. And we had submitted that information to the commission. So now that, if we want to keep the pool open in December and January, that is fine. It just has a budgetary impact this year, which I outlined in the agenda item, and also a couple of options. One, we can go ahead and open it back up for the December and January. And I think, Wally, if you're here to correct me if I'm remembering right, I think the attendance we were looking at when we look back at records, it was maybe 10 people came to the pool in the entire month in December and then also in January. So we felt maybe it wouldn't be such an impact to go ahead and close those 2 months while we try to offset the added budget costs. So anyhow, we're happy to do whatever it is the commission pleases. I just try to maintain the budget we had. If we choose to open it up, then I will go ahead and adjust the budget accordingly. And or the other alternative is to also consider what the mayor said, opening it back up for Saturdays and the days that kids are out of school. Instead of, so when they have a holiday, they can go use the pool. But when they're in school all day, would be anywhere near the pool till 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So you may want to consider that option instead.
I hope that we will go ahead and consider opening the pool up. Lori, I'm going to be honest with you. The reason kids do not participate and attend is that in this city here, we have a poor performance of getting out and getting the word out when we want to say what is going on in our city. I'm just saying we need to be more publicized. I'm just saying if we do what we're supposed to do and say that, we're going to let them know that it's open, post the hours and things. as they said, when you're a real estate agent, if you build it, they'll come. If you give them the hours, they will come. 10 is because probably nobody thought that the pool was open. I'm just saying, they have free time. Give kids something to do with all of this free time.
I could support what the mayor has suggested, the Saturdays and school holidays, expanding those hours to those days. I think that works.
Okay.
If at that point it shows that there's the high frequency usage, then I think that, entertaining expanding beyond that during those 2 months is certainly reasonable. But for now, I think that based on the low usage in the past, that taking this step will indicate whether or not we need to take that next step. So I support the Saturday and holidays as well.
All right. May I have a motion then?
But before we make the motion, I just want to clarify to our city manager that she stated to me upstairs that for those months, that was the maintenance months she thought. I'm just saying, if you're going to quote what I say, let it be for the record. This was what was told to me by Mrs. Laveri. And then she brought the budget in. I'm just saying, when I'm in meetings, I sit attentively and I listen to make sure that I'm making the right decision. I could have gone along with you all saying that you wanted days that the kids were out of school and Saturdays. But my whole take is, don't shut us out. I'm just saying, December and January, if the weather permits, let us swim.
Absolutely. All right. May I have a motion?
So move.
For the Saturdays and days off of
when they're out of school, and then if it picks up, then we can revisit this again.
Absolutely. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
The next item I put on the board, I got invitation to City Age. It is a conference down in Fort Lauderdale. There's an early bird special on. It's happening next month on February 22nd and 23rd. I think you put the package behind you.
Got mine straight over
All right.
with me.
And then, so basically, I'm requesting, I guess, from the commission to attend the full conference on February 22nd and 23rd, and to have one night hotel on the night of the 22nd. If the commission decides that it's to go back and forth, I'd be willing to do that, but I would prefer having the night over there so I can attend the reception and be there early in the morning on the second day.
Thank you. Before we approve that, I'd like to ask staff, what is the money that was been placed in our budget stating that, we have this amount of money for travel for all of the elected officials? What is that amount and how much have we spent thus far this year?
I don't have that information right now,
Can you
Vice
get
Mayor,
it
but
to
we'll
me,
get that
please?
to you tomorrow, absolutely.
Thank you. I'm just saying, anytime that there's something about a conference and somebody's going somewhere, I'm going to, tell staff, these are figures that I will be needing. I'm just saying, so I can watch the budget. You keep saying about, it's another strain on the budget. I'm just saying, I'm in favor of you going, sir, but I'm just saying, if you're going to watch the dollars in certain areas, let's watch them in all areas. I'm in favor of you going, so move.
Do we have an estimated cost, Mayor?
I do not have an estimated cost of the hotel. I would say that, I guess, just requesting, $100, and anything over the $100 I'd pay for.
You have a credit card, right?
Yeah.
Use your credit card.
Yeah.
Second the motion. To approve.
All right. To approve? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Make sure you bring back some information from
I
that.
absolutely will. Okay. Would the board like to take a 5-minute break before we go on to legal?
Yes.
All right. No? I know. I didn't get to use the bathroom yet, so.
You gotta go.
So, all right, we're moving on to proposed ordinance number 17-001. Jim?
Yes, Mayor. You actually have a couple of items that are related. It's ordinance 17-001, ordinance 17-002. That's a future land use map amendment is the first one. Approval of a rezoning is the second one. And then there are two other items, community design plan appeal, height exception, and major site plan modification. We treat the rezoning, the community design plan appeal, the height exception, and the major site plan modification as quasi-judicial. If the applicant consents, we could allow the applicant to make its presentation on all those items at one time, but we will have to adopt each item separately by motion.
Okay. Before we go, can I ask the board to remove from the table items C and D?
and E, so move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And I'd like to proceed with, comments by the developer, then open it up to the audience, and then any comments by the board. Does that work with everybody? Because we were asked questions at last meeting, so if we hopefully get those answers first.
Mayor, let me read the two ordinances and get those out of the way.
All right, thank
then
you.
we could come back and do the presentation. Ordinance 17001, an ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Ordinance 8938 by amending the future land use element of the comprehensive plan for a 9.78 plus or minus acre parcel of property located generally southeast of the intersection of Old Bright Road and Federal Highway, as more specifically described herein, to change the land use designation from local retail commercial to mixed use core, providing for conflict severability and an effective date. Ordinance 17002, an ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Ordinance 02013 to rezone a 9.78 plus or minus acre parcel of land described herein and located generally at the southeast intersection of Federal Highway and Woolbright Road, and commonly referred to as Riverwalk Plaza, from community commercial to mixed use 4, providing for conflict severability and an effective date.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. City Attorney, City Clerk. My name is Steve Weary, 200 East Broward Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, on behalf of the applicant, Isram Realty, and we have the applications before you tonight. The 5 items, the future land use map amendment, the rezoning, the community design appeal relating to the setback and build-to line requirement along Woolbright Road, a height exception application, as well as a major site plan modification application. For the record, we do consent to consolidating our presentation into a single presentation and agree that it would be proper to vote on those items separately.
Great. Let me interrupt you then and ask anybody who intends to testify in any of those proceedings to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So this is second reading for the land use plan amendment and the rezoning application. Last City Commission meeting on the 3rd of January, we tabled the 3 later items, the height exception, the community design appeal application, as well as the major site plan modification, so that these could all be considered at one point in time. And what I would like to do at this point is just acknowledge for the record that what is before you and what is part of your record is the staff analysis and staff reports for each one of these items, together with the record and recommendation of your city's Planning and Development Board, as well as our own applications and accompanying justification statements, all of which combine to amply demonstrate by substantial and competent evidence that we have met the required criteria for each of these applications. What I would like to do is introduce our principal architect, Jerome Yates, from FSMY, who will take us through the site plan, give us an overview of the site plan, narrate the video. I know many of us have seen the video, but we haven't heard it narrated by its designer, and I think that's an important thing to hear. We have taken some time to consider answers to the questions and comments that members of the public made at the City Commission meeting on January 3rd. And with your permission, if you think it's appropriate, following Mr. Yates's presentation, we can move into our responses to those questions and comments, if that's appropriate.
Sounds good.
And then I just want to add, together with Mr. Yates, I'm joined by others from our design team, Dennis Flynn, who's our civil engineer, Brian Kelly, who's our traffic engineer, and of course I'm joined by members of Isram Realty, the family-owned entity, which tonight is represented by Shaul Rickman, the chairman, his son Matty Rickman, the CEO, as well as Baruch Cohen, who's the COO, and Sean Gorbell, who's the Chief Investment Officer. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Yates. Thank you.
Thank you. Jero Yates, FSMY Architects and Planners, 888 South Andrews Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I believe we have two videos that many of you have probably already seen before, but for the benefit of those who haven't, if we could pull up either one, the first ones. This one is going to be focusing mostly on the building as it's seen from the right-of-ways. And so this one is showing you the Walgreens that's being built out to the right-of-way, which is now covering the existing drive-through, which was something that was indicated was a desirable thing to do from the right-of-way. As we come around, we're going to be looking at the outdoor dining, which is going to be added to the frontage along Federal Highway. This is a new structure which is going to house something such as a deli or a coffee shop or something local. The north side is also going to have the same. The corner here, this structure is the existing Wells Fargo, which is not part of the property. And as we come around, you're going to see the Wendy's. This is going to be the Wendy's that's going to be revamped to their new standards. And as we come around, you can see the start of the building as we go up the bridge. The building is approximately 140 to 150 feet back from the bridge. And we're utilizing a lot of different materials from the wood patterns to aluminum panels, different colors, horizontal railings, glass railings, and so forth. You can see the restaurant in the front. And as we come around, we're going to start to look a little bit at the public access plaza along the water. And this one is primarily going to show you the view of the pool deck, which is approximately a little over an acre. It's about 50,000 square feet, which is going to be a green roof element for the private dog walking and the pool and other things. As we pan back out, we're just going to go back across the intercoastal to show the view from the waterway. Next video, if we could also pull that one up, is going to be more from a pedestrian standpoint. So this is also along Federal, and now we're going back down south along Federal, and we're going to enter into the existing entrance towards the Walgreens. And one of the things that was really focused on here was the pedestrian experience and how they come from Federal and how we draw them back towards the waterway, and how do we create nice shaded environment for the people to enjoy as they're walking down there. So here you can see again the Walgreens, which is covering the drive-through. The improvements along getting rid of a lot of the asphalt, bringing all the landscaping back up to code, providing a wide sidewalk with shaded areas and benches for people to sit as they progress down. We're working with the city in terms of art in public places to provide opportunities for different pieces of art to kind of draw you down as kind of like little breadcrumbs, as we call them, to lead you down towards the water. As we pivot over, we can come here. We're going north on the internal drive, and you can see the drop-off area for the main lobby. And as we come around, this is also going to be the pedestrian connection from Woolbright that will take people, if they were on Woolbright or within the parking structure, they can walk along the sidewalk here adjacent to the building, which is going to have art displays in the windows. It'll take you down to the restaurant, and it'll also take you down towards this opening, which will show on the right-hand side as we progress down this opening a retail space that could be an ice cream shop or a bakery or something of that sort to kind of complement the public access down to this area. So even though this is a private piece of land, this is open to the public. There's going to be an easement that's going to be created in order to allow that to happen. There's outdoor dining that will complement that, which could be utilized for prime catch also. And we're also working with the city in terms of allowing this area to be multifunctional so we can have events, art shows, highlight some of the kinetic art actually that was discussed, and provide an area for the people to kind of enjoy so they can actually progress around this side to the south and actually to the south of the building also. And that's it. So I'll reserve the rest of the time for any questions that you might have.
Before we begin, please have everyone silence their phones. My question is that we saw the end of the boardwalk. Is there a wraparound to the south end of the building, or do they have to come all the way back?
No, there's a walkway that continues along the south side adjacent to the mangroves, if that's what you're talking about.
Yes.
And there's a plan. There's benches on that side also. There's plan for artwork along that side. And there's within the package, there's kind of a diagram that kind of shows the intended art that's also supposed to be displayed along that side. So yes, there is access.
Okay. Is there any other questions regarding the architecture? No? All right, thank you.
Thanks, Drew. So I think what I'll do is just move into the questions and comments that were raised by members of the public at our last meeting.
Stephen, can you just repeat the question first, though, so they all know?
I will. I'm going to put on my glasses.
Okay.
Okay, our first question came from Susan Oyer, and her comment and question was that, and this is as best as I could capture it, the plan shows a lot of palm trees. Palm trees don't provide shade and are poor CO2 generators. There's a palm tree disease going around that could threaten these kinds of trees. Is it possible to add more shade trees? And we looked at the plan in considering this question, and what we've done is we've added a good number of shade trees throughout the site, but there are limits to what we can do in terms of adding shade trees. A lot of the opportunities for shade trees exist in pervious areas, and our pervious areas have some limitations and constraints in that they're located in islands within the surface parking area, and a lot is in positions next to or adjacent to structures. And shade trees, because of the canopy, the size of the canopy, the size of the root ball, etc., require a certain amount of space to be able to thrive and thrive. And so what we've done is we believe maximize the opportunities for shade trees in the site. If we and staff identify additional opportunities, we're certainly open to that. We don't have any special attachment to palm trees over shade trees. We agree that shade trees are nice and help enhance the pedestrian experience by making it more walkable and shaded, more so than palm trees. But we think that we've maximized the opportunities for shade trees. Is it possible, Susan asks, is it possible to add rooftop gardens? And we'll point out that the pool and an amenity deck that we saw in the video is itself a rooftop, and it's heavily landscaped and would constitute, in that respect at least, a rooftop garden. The areas of the building at its maximum height don't provide much opportunity for rooftop gardens. Most of those areas are going to be taken up with air conditioning, condensers, and other types of equipment like that won't leave much space at all for a rooftop garden. And it's not the kind of an area that's safe or that we would want to encourage people to just having access to for public safety purposes. So we think we've maximized the opportunity for rooftop gardens and done so in that approximately 1 acre area that's the pool deck.
Even, excuse me, what's under that pool deck? You say it's a rooftop. What's under that?
What's under that is parking.
Parking. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Parking, and on the northeast corner, some small retail space, commercial space. The next question is, the video shows Walgreens, Joann Fabrics, and Wendy's being renovated. Have those tenants agreed to renovate their buildings? What I can say is that we can't actually get an agreement, a written agreement per se, when we don't have an approved site plan. But what we can report is that without exception, all of our tenants, the ones that will be remaining, are excited about these changes. They believe these changes will improve the business, their own individual business prospects, traffic into the site, as well as the massive potential business that comes from the residents themselves. So with those thoughts, the idea is that all of the tenants would be supportive and are supportive of renovating their structures. But also, in case there's any doubt about that, the tenant spaces are leases for the interiors of the existing structures without any rights to control the exterior of the structures. Control of the exterior, in other words, renovation of the exterior of the structures, is a right that is solely within the landlord, ISRAM Realty, in this case's purview. So, although ISRAM is not having to take a hard-nosed approach to this, this is a welcome change in the site. The next question is, what plans are in place for fire access in the rear corner of the site? I had heard there was a plan for collapsible planters so fire trucks could get back there. What I can say is the building is a Type 1 building, which refers to certain building materials that are used that are non-flammable in nature, non-flammable concrete, for example. The building is fully sprinklered and smoke exhausted, and fire truck access to the rear of the property has been, through our site plan review process, determined as something that's not required. We are required to provide fire department access roads such that the exterior of the ground level is within 450 feet of the access road, and we comply with that standard. The architect will work with the building department to coordinate the utilization of fire hydrants and/or standpipes at locations to be approved should they require additional fire protection features, and we're willing to do that. Next question comes from Mike Fitzpatrick, who asks or observes that there are 3 acres to the south consisting of mangroves that should be included and conserved. What is the status of these 3 acres? Is it still a possibility to add a walkway with a locking gate between the Riverwalk property and Seagate of Gulfstream? What I can say is that the 3 acres he's referring to are a separate parcel unrelated to this site plan and rezoning and land use plan amendment and other applications we have, and they are not proposed for any type of development, including construction of a walkway or a locking gate. Brian Edwards asks or comments, I would like the building to be 75 feet. Maybe I paraphrased. He says he thinks the building is ugly. The building height is designed to be 100 feet, which complies with the city's consolidated plan and looks much more appealing than the current old Winn-Dixie building. And that's 100 feet in terms of essentially the roof level, and then we've got an additional 5 feet for what amounts to aesthetic screening, architectural features, as well as providing stairway access to the roof. So the functional elements and aesthetic elements are called for in reaching that 105-foot height. Nancy Hagan says the videos shown appear not to be presented to the correct scale. The intercoastal waterway is much more narrow than it appears in that video. The boats appear overly large. FSMY took an approach in designing this project where they entered all of the plans into an electronic planning software suite, and one of the functions of that is to render and model the plans in 3 dimensions, and those renderings or models are used to create these videos. And so, as with all plans of architectural standard, everything is to scale. There's nothing in the video that was placed in any way to deceive or to make buildings appear larger or smaller, or view corridors more or less significant. It's just as the data was entered into the site planning design program. So. She also asks, how is a 15 or more foot setback possible if the code says 0 foot setback required? And I don't know if your city staff would like to to answer that one. I can take a stab at it, but
We'll wait for city staff after you're done then.
fine. Okay. So our next question came from Herb, and I didn't catch Herb's last name. I'm sorry. Has the developer checked with the U.S. Coast Guard or other federal agencies regarding permitting for docking boats? And the answer to that question is no. The developer, ISRAM, does not plan to develop any additional docks for boats at this time. We observe that Prime Catch does have an existing dock that's in the site area generally that people can use to visit the site by boat. And again, at this time, there are no docks planned as part of this project. New docks, let me say. Is any federal agency required to grant approvals for any permitting relating to the project? We're not aware of any federal agency that's required to comment or review on any aspect of this project, and so none has been consulted. Mayor Grant, you had a few questions and comments. You asked initially, will the project and specifically the pedestrian walkway be dog-friendly? Absolutely, yes. All of ISRAM's properties are dog-friendly, and this will be no exception. Can the bus stop be enhanced with benches to provide ample seating, but in a manner that will prevent homeless people from sleeping on them? I'm not sure if you said it that way, but that's how I sort of captured it. And
I would say fancy.
Sorry?
I would just say fancy.
Fancy, yeah, fancy. They will be enhanced bus benches that are attractive aesthetically and also designed in a way that will limit the ability of people to lay down and sleep, at least and do so comfortably. There is a traffic discrepancy between the old plan and later submitted plan. Please explain that discrepancy. So in the presentation that occurred on January 3rd, there were some traffic study statistics that were cited that were relating to an older traffic study, a traffic analysis that was based on an earlier version of the plan. When we first started in this process, which we're coming up actually on 2 years, and not initially, but in an earlier phase and part of the initial submittal, we did not have the new retail spaces along Federal Highway. And so with that, our total commercial square footage was lower. And so with a lower commercial square footage, our trip generation numbers were also lower. When we were asked by staff to consider adding these additional retail structures along Federal and agreed to do so, obviously that had an effect on our total square footage dedicated to commercial uses, which required us to update our traffic analysis, which we did, and that is why there's two different traffic analyses. One is based on a lower square footage of uses versus the later one, which is based on the square footage before you tonight. Is there a plan to add an Uber stop? What about a 10 to 15 minute parking spot near the entrance? And at this time, there's no plan to add an Uber stop, but this is something that we can be flexible about, and we'll gauge depending on what the needs and demands and actual usage of our residents turn out to be. Hopefully, we're going to see a situation where our residents and maybe residents generally throughout the city and in our larger community start using other modes of transportation than their own personal owned vehicle. That'll help alleviate some of the traffic we see on the roads. They can use transit. Uber is another alternative for them, and to the extent that there's more use of Uber, then and we see people, maybe ordering an Uber car but not being there right away, and the Uber car has to wait. Obviously, we don't want to see a situation where we've got traffic circulation interior to the site impacted in any way, and if that occurs, then certainly we'll revisit that and take measures to, for example, add an Uber stop if that's appropriate. What provisions are made for recycling? What provisions are made for recycling residential garbage?
No, it was commercial.
Commercial?
Commercial. Residential is required, commercial is not.
So they'll have bins?
Okay, there'll be commercial recycling for the restaurants. Okay, thank you.
Will a dock be added or made available for water taxi service or for boaters to use in traveling to the property to visit restaurants? Again, currently Prime Catch has a dock that is available, and people with boats can visit the site and tie up at the Prime Catch docks if they desire to do that. Please try to preserve as many of the existing trees along the intercoastal as possible. All the trees on the property were surveyed, I think. And the trees along the intercoastal are mostly invasive ficus trees and are not scheduled for preservation. Where we have trees that are considered non-invasive, those will be relocated. But most of the trees will be moving location within the site. But to the extent that they can be preserved, they will, as long as they're not an invasive species. Photograph shown in the PowerPoint presentation last January 3rd, 2 weeks ago, depicting the residential single-family home near Cityscape has, and I'm paraphrasing, a questionable frame of reference. What is the distance the photograph was taken from the residential property and the distance between the residential property and the Cityscape building? And there are several photos that were taken to demonstrate the fact that high-rise buildings can exist next to single-family home communities, while each one of them maintains, its separate characteristics. The high-rise buildings are geared to and adjusted to have compatibility with adjacent single-family home communities in those photographs. And I will come back and give you those actual dimensions. I have that. I just don't have it right here. Is it possible to add a left turn lane at the western exit? I can help open discussions with the county if needed. We looked into that. We discovered it would be a challenge to add a left turn lane near the western exit because of the county and state's separation requirements for a full access opening on this type of roadway. So we don't think that there's an opportunity for that at this time.
All right.
Will the project include any plans or programming of activities for the intercoastal boardwalk area? So the project includes, or will include, a provision for a public access easement, which we will, work through and make sure gets recorded prior to permitting. And there are some elements that would be typically included in that public access easement, and one of them would be the ability of the city to create programming, if it so desires, in this area. We would also describe what the typical hours of operation would be, and we noticed that typically parks in the city have operating hours that are from sunrise to sunset, And we would suggest that we have similar hours applied to the public access easement, unless there's a special event that the city has planned, in which case that time could be extended accordingly. So, in other words, the city, if it wants to, can program activities. It would not be obligated to. The ISRAM does plan to, have certain activities for its residents and for the public as well. The costs for city events versus ISRAM events, and we're getting into the weeds a little bit on this, but I would suggest that a city event is something that the city would bear the responsibility to pay for, or sponsors of the event, and an event that is put on by ISRAM is something that would be solely ISRAM's responsibility to pay for. Richard Tufano asked a few questions. What will happen with the Joann Fabrics building? Is it possible that a food store or a specialty grocer will go into that location? What I can say is Joann Fabrics still has a number of years remaining on their lease, and there's no possibility at this time to bring in a specialty grocer with that lease in place. So that's not part of our plan. We're not suggesting that we're going to do that. But if circumstances change and Joann Fabrics decides not to renew or otherwise relocate, then there could be an opportunity for a different type of a use to go in there, and certainly we would be open to be welcoming to whatever uses would help improve the mix of uses in the Riverwalk project area and help activate the area. Is it possible to add passenger van service between the Riverwalk property and Sunshine Shopping Center on the west side of Federal? And we're willing to look into that, and if there's a demand or interest in that by our residents, then that's the kind of a thing that we would look to try to cater to, just as being a good management company and trying to keep our residents happy. Commissioner Casello asked who will be responsible for maintaining the seawall, and the answer to that is the developer, ISRAM Realty. You also asked who will be responsible for providing building and property security, and again the answer is the developer, ISRAM Realty. Commissioner Katz asked, what are the details relating to the public access easement along the intercoastal waterway? What will be the hours of access? And I've addressed in general form what those contours might be, but again, the details of that would be subject to negotiation with your city attorney and approval by this body for ultimate recordation prior to permitting. Now, this was not mentioned at the hearing 2 weeks ago, but the chair of your Planning and Development Board, Mr. David Katz, had a couple questions, and I thought I'd just address those as well, because he asked us to. And he asked, will it be possible to convert existing parking spaces in order to increase the number of handicap spaces on the site? And if so, please locate or concentrate any such additional handicap spaces near the Walgreens or Joann Fabrics, and specifically on the east side of Joann Fabrics building if possible. And I've spoken with our design team, and we do have a surplus of parking. We don't have a great surplus of parking, but if we were to bring our parking down so that it was meeting merely the required number, we could convert some of those standard spaces to handicap spaces, and if it's the will of this commission, we are willing to do that. And that concludes the questions and comments as I recorded them.
So I would ask you to have your presentation, then we'll open it up to public comments, and then up to the board and then up for a vote.
Okay. So the criteria for approval of the land use plan amendment, which is converting the current designation, which is local retail commercial, to mixed use core, as well as the rezoning, which is converting from the current community commercial district C3 to mixed use 4, MU4. Those criteria, although they're recited in different sections of your land development regulations, are identical. And so, although they're addressed separately, the responses that we provided in our application are identical to both of those requests, and in specific respect of each of the points of criteria that have to be met. Your city's staff analysis, together with our justification statements, goes through in detail what those criteria are and how we meet them. And there are a number of those criteria which I would suggest are already placed into the record. And without belaboring it, if there are any specific questions or concerns about any one criteria, we're able to address those questions or concerns. But if there are no questions or concerns relating to any specific criteria, then we would suggest that we've met our burden with the record at hand.
Could you be a little more specific? Are you referring to the city staff memorandum 16043?
Yeah, I'm referring to city staff memorandum, 16-043. Sorry. Dated October 13th, 2016.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Similarly, with the community design appeal application, there is the city staff memorandum number PZ 16-051, which, together with our application and our justifications referred to in that memorandum, amply demonstrate that we've met all of the applicable criteria. Again, if there are any specific questions or concerns about any one of those criteria, we can address those. With the height exception, again, we agree with the recommendations and findings of your city's staff in their published memorandum number PZ 16-052, dated December 20th, 2016, which addresses the criteria and their findings, their professional findings, relating to the height exception.
And Lori, are all these documents in the backup, the city staff reports?
They are. They're done agenda item by agenda item. So if you look behind the height exception agenda item, you'll see the memorandum.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, and lastly, relating to the major site plan modification, there is Planning and Zoning Division Memorandum number PZ 16-049. Again, in your backup, this is dated December 15th, 2016, which recites their assessment and findings and recommendation relating to the criteria for approval of the major site plan modification application with reference to our application. And again, if there are any questions, concerns relating to any of those criteria, we can address those on a case-by-case basis. With that, we believe that we have entered into the record evidence that is of a substantial, competent nature, suitable to support approval of the 5 items before you: the land use map amendment application, the rezoning, the height exception, the community design appeal, as well as the major site plan modification. Thank you.
Now I'll open it up to the public. If you haven't sworn in, please let the attorney know so he can swear you in.
I was sworn in. My name is Edward Tedman, 869 Northwest 8th Avenue, and I have a concern of conflict of interest. Commissioner McCray accepted $3,000 from the Rickman family, owners of the Riverwalk Plaza property. They don't live in his district. Their property is not in his district. It appears to be a conflict of interest, and I would like Mr. McCray to recuse himself from any further voting on this project. If he fails to recuse himself, then I would like to recommend that the mayor silence Mr. McCray in regard to voting, any further voting on this project. I'm concerned about this kind of behavior, not only, in our city. I see it at the state level. I see it at the national level. I see developments getting approved way beyond their capabilities here in the county as a result of this campaign contribution. It's a ruse. It's a way to hide a bribe. And I'm thoroughly disgusted with it, and a number of other people that I've talked to here in Boynton Beach are too. And that can soon, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor McCray.
Thank you. I do need to address that. Concerning the statement that contributions from Riverwalk entities comprise 22% of my campaign dollars. When it is said and done, the figure will be less than 10% because of the far-reaching support I have received, and that is because of the vision for the city of Boynton Beach, and particularly the residents of District 2. I have been supportive of the consolidated plan as well as the Riverwalk project from its inception because of the tax benefits of the city and especially the CRA. The developer has assured me that he will work with the churches in the heart of Boynton to help provide jobs to those individuals who need and qualify. Mrs. Pamela Woods of 5530 North Ocean Boulevard in Ocean Ridge, who own 2 apartments in the building 109 and 304, perhaps this might be a conflict of interest for you because your tenants might want to live in Riverwalk when it is completed. This is not a conflict of interest. I'm just saying I'm running a campaign. Anyone who wishes to contribute, they can contribute. I am not being bought, and I will not be silenced. Thank you.
All right.
I was sworn in. My name is Lori Porges. I live in Casa Costa, 450 North Federal Highway in Boynton Beach. Safety is my primary concern, and I cannot wrap my brain around why anybody would be against this beautiful building. I live less than 1,000 feet away from this meeting, yet I couldn't walk here tonight. In order to walk here, I would have had to pass pimps and prostitutes in front of CVS under that little gazebo. Every night they're there. You're welcome to come and see it at 11 o'clock. They're in their mini shorts. You can't miss it. I would have had to pass pawn shops and liquor stores and collision shops and empty stores and closed stores and vacant lots. And the only thing that's lit up after dark, after buds, is KFC. I'm a guardian ad litem. For you, those of you who don't know what that is, it's a volunteer position. I represent the best interests of children who have been removed from their homes for abuse or neglect in Palm Beach County. And many of the foster families, whether they're family or friends or strangers who have stepped up to the plate for these children, live in Boynton Beach that I deal with. And they constantly complain to me about the gunshots they hear at night, and the drugs in their neighborhoods, and several of them have moved out of the area. And I understand their fear. 2 years ago, I've been living here for 6.5 years. 2 years ago, I got a concealed weapons license because I'm afraid to walk the dog at night. Here I am, a New York City girl, who grew up in New York City when it was not as nice as it is now, and I moved to suburban Boynton Beach, and I have to carry a gun to walk my dog. Something's wrong with this picture. I support the development because development brings modernization. Development brings increases in tax revenue. Development brings jobs for the youth in this area. Development restores blighted areas. Let's create a Las Olas. Let's create an Atlantic Avenue. Let's create shops and restaurants. Let's increase foot traffic. Let's keep Boynton Beach money in Boynton Beach so that we can frequent our own shops, our own stores, our own boutiques, our own restaurants, our own clubs, our own music. Let's be able to walk to them. Let's keep Boynton Beach money in Boynton Beach. We must change things here. We must move forward. To stay as we are is suicidal for Boynton Beach. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mary Nagel, and I'm part of BIG, Boynton Intercoastal Group. I'm acting president because Tom, our wonderful Tom McClure, moved to New York, so hopefully he's doing better. Anyway, we're here tonight, and we've sort of staged this rally of who's listening for everybody's benefit, but primarily for the commissioners. I will say this, BIG is part of 2,500 residents. We have 6 communities: Sterling Village, Snug Harbor, Seagate, Hampshire Gardens, Colonial Club, and Los Mangos. And in the process of reaching out to our neighbors who were feeling some crunch with Riverwalk coming, we have luckily expanded our group to include High Ridge, Forest Park, Briny Breezes, Ocean Ridge Yacht Club, Inca. We're growing by leaps and bounds, and we appreciate the friendships and just having that larger group to choose from. We all support each other. If someone has a cause, we're there to help. You know what our issues have been with Riverwalk. It's all about the height, density, traffic, the environment, the aesthetics, the compatibility, and primarily about the balance. Having a 2.5 times 10-story building, 2.5 times what our limits are, which are 4 stories, just seems out of whack. Although I will say, I did enjoy the presentation. We do have people at Seagate who are very excited about the new construction and the Riverwalk project. I think it's going to add a lot, to our community. But we're all sort of cringing, because the traffic is already bad. The density is there. It feels kind of tight. So we're worried that it's maybe not going to work as well as we would all hope. Who will benefit? We all will. The developers will. Mr. Rickman, Isram, they have an excellent reputation. The town will benefit. Seagate, I know myself, we are all seeing the benefits already of increased prices. And people seem to be coming in and buying places up left and right, which is always good. So I always come to you with these mixed feelings. But I know that change is inevitable. And I think one of the things that went wrong with this project is that we didn't feel that we were being heard. We didn't feel that we were being understood by everyone. We want to thank Mayor Grant and Christine Romulus because you all did get it. You did hear our message, and we would like to gift you with 2 of our Who's Listening t-shirts. So I'll bring those to you. And the group has decided that even though we did get results with Mayor Grant and Christine Romulus, that the three of you deserve another chance. So we're hoping that we will get your ear.
I always love your presentation. Very beautiful. Thank you.
Mayor, you know I love you, and for the record, my name is Christine. I love you, though.
I will make a note of that, and I also wanted to say that I thought Christina got us off to a good beginning shortly after you started, because you heard our frustration with, not only not having a voice, but people not sharing information freely with us. And that really, when you don't have information, you don't know, your mind kind of goes crazy, and you're like, good guy, bad guy, that kind of a scenario. And I don't think we have good guy, bad guy scenarios here. I think it's just a matter of not communicating from the get-go. And I know that you said that you were already recommending that in future developers will contact us in our larger group so that we could be brought in and be part of that change. And we thank you and we appreciate it.
And I believe we've already kind of started that with the Villages project, so
right.
I believe so, yes.
We'll talk.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and Mary.
Mike Fitzpatrick, 175 Southwest 2nd Street. 3 points. First of all, on that very good video, the flyover, it seemed to kind of skate right by the exit onto Woolbright Road. It didn't really show that too well, and so I still wonder how that's going to work out. The second thing is, if you want to live in a concrete canyon, you should have moved to Hollywood in the first place. Boynton has never wanted to be solid 10-story buildings. It always was. The citizens many times voted for a 3-story height limit, which isn't here now. But it doesn't have to be a complete concrete canyon. In fact, I was told many times that's not the intent. So the 3 acres would have helped break things up. Now, when I did speak to the ISRAM team back almost a year ago, they were very happy to give up that 3 acres, and now, of course, they're not because they don't have to. These 5 changes you're talking about amount to printing money for ISRAM. So what is the city getting back for all these concessions? I see that the city's getting back very, very little. It's not what the citizens want, it's what they want, and what is the city getting for that? The 3 acres would have helped. It would have helped grease the shaft that they're thrusting into Boynton. And it appears the only person that's getting anything back from this is the $4,000 to $5,000 going in McCrae's campaign. Thank you.
No offense, but I wouldn't clap for a comment as aggressive and vulgar as that.
My name is Robert Lewis. I live at 350 North Federal Highway, apartment 510. I'm an old man, and I have no gifts to present tonight. You have already heard a person speaking quite eloquently about the difficulties in living near Federal Highway. I live on Federal Highway. It's not safe. We cannot go out after dark. It's not right. Even during the day, it's dangerous. We see the homeless people, and it's pathetic, walking with their carts with all their belongings on the street. We know of all the problems with attics, especially because of the difficulties with the sober homes. It has to change. Federal Highway and also Ocean Avenue and Boynton Beach Boulevard, these are our main thoroughfares. People traveling through South Florida see Boynton Beach, and it's not good. It's disgraceful. I want to say this, that there's no one nowadays who talks and says, I'm against progress, I don't want development. People don't acknowledge that. The new words are, it's incompatible. There's going to be congestion. We're going to have traffic. And every community that has developed, all the way from Miami to Jupiter, there have been all kinds of preservation committees presenting these same arguments. And every planning commission has heard them and, of course, retorted. And I'm not going to waste time to give a response tonight to those arguments. You've already heard them. And you know about the crime that there is in our community and how it has to be cleaned up. We've waited 9 years, 9 long years, for a 500 Ocean to finally get under construction right now. It's going to be a fine building. It's a residence that we need. But we cannot wait another 9 years or many more years for a development. As I see it, we have a miraculous opportunity that has presented itself, and we shouldn't ignore it. We shouldn't miss this opportunity. Winn-Dixie went out of business in January of 2015. It's good property. It banks right on the Intracoastal. It has closed and no business has gone in there. The building has been vacant. The owner of the property, Mr. Shaw Rickman, said, look, I want to build right on that property a luxury apartment house, which will have, I don't remember, I'm an old person, 326 or apartments or something like that. Garage. You've seen what that remodeled, redeveloped plaza is going to look like. Be honest with yourselves. Even if you're opposed to something of higher height than you would have liked 3 months ago, don't you think that this is a wonderful addition for our community? Isn't it something that you could be proud of? Be flexible. And I also ask all of you to think about it. I know there's a reporter, I don't know her, but her name is Alexandra Seltzer, and she writes in the Palm Beach Post, which I read. And she wrote that the mayor hesitated to give approval to this development and project because he had some questions that he was going to be submitting to Mr. Rickman or Islam Realty. I heard the responses tonight. Yes, there was a denial of the ability to make a left-hand turn, and that was because of state restrictions. But otherwise, I'm talking objectively, it was a very affirmative report that you received. I hope that you will consider that and say, yes, I can vote for that project, that development, because it's something that this community needs. And I also urge you, the commissioner, who, is it Romulus? I don't know how to pronounce the name, yes. I also hope that you will give consideration and say that this is something that's wonderful for us. Don't pass it by. You don't know how many years you're going to have to wait before you have an opportunity like this again. I thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maureen Tufano. I live at 205A North High Point Boulevard. And there's a number of things I'd like to address tonight about Riverwalk. It's my understanding that the property was bought a number of years ago by Ishram Realty at foreclosure. And they had a wonderful opportunity to turn that plaza around like Sunshine Square did. But they let it go. And therefore, perhaps, Winn-Dixie went out of business. And now we have something that's vacant and an eyesore. But they could have changed that. They really could have put money into it and then benefited Boynton Beach in that way. I would also like to address the idea that we're giving away so much for so little. I know, Commissioner Katz, you were concerned months ago when you were doing the salaries for the firefighters, and we didn't have any money. And so we were talking about this Riverwalk bringing in money. And yet, I'm not that smart perhaps, but it's my understanding that most of the money goes to the CRA. And we get, I think, $58,000 or $68,000, which is what we got when Winn-Dixie was there. I don't think this can pay for very many salaries. Certainly not all the infrastructure and the things that we're going to need, because Riverwalk and all the things that will add to our needs as a community. So I'm reading this thing where it says, to create a sustainable community by providing exceptional municipal services, which you do, in a financially responsible manner. And I question the financially responsible manner. To me, we're not getting anything. Ishram is getting a lot. In fact, this property is now so valuable, and what you've done is made those four corners on Woolbright and Seacrest so valuable. You may not know, but Las Ventanas, which I think is beautiful except for the odd color, just recently sold for $119 million, because now it's a valuable commodity, piece of property. They can go 10 stories. This is what you've given us. The other thing that I was so concerned about, when my husband came home after the January 3rd meeting, he said that the setback for the intercoastal was supposed to be, how many feet was it supposed to be? 90, and now it's 0. So not only in the 30s did Boynton Beach give away its beach to pay some taxes, now we've given away the pristine nature of our intercoastal by allowing a developer what he wants, 0 setback, to our intercoastal. Now, of course, we don't own the water, but we own that beautiful waterway and the pristine way that it looks right now. So all of these things make me question, how can you sleep at night? What have you done? Thank you.
Good evening. Richard Tufano, 205A North High Point Boulevard, Boynton Beach, Florida. Tonight, I will only address my remarks to the issue at hand, which is a request for a variance. This commission has recently created the MU4 district. The district has gone in its permutations, as I pointed out many times before this commission, from 45 feet to 75 feet and now to 100 feet. And even though this district was constructed in order to accommodate this particular development. In other words, spot planning. There's no reason why an additional 5 feet is needed. Obviously, you could build a building 1 story lower and build parapet walls, penthouses, architectural features that are suitable for this beautiful project at the height that was permitted by this commission at its last meeting. No good cause has been shown why it should be other than the 100 feet that's been allowed. Thank you.
Hi, Susan Oyer, 140 Southeast 27th Way. I wanted to address, am I saying your name correctly, Mr. Wary? Okay, you had answered my questions. Thank you very much. I had asked, the question you didn't understand about the plantings was, if I'm remembering right when I looked at the pictures, there's like pergolas or some kind of open structure on different platform levels of the building, and my suggestion had been to put vines or bougainvillea or something so that you see tree plantings around the top, and something that obviously you don't need to do a lot of maintenance, that's not an access for public people to go to, or the residents to go to, but for whoever's maintaining the landscape, because that would beautify it as well as, greening it up just a little. So I just wanted to clarify that with you. My second thing is several people have, while I don't agree with them overall, they have been speaking about the safety issue around Casa Costa, the Boynton Beach Boulevard, and Federal Highway. That I don't really think is an issue. I think it's off topic. But I would refer these people to Officer Schreck to set up a neighborhood watch, and refer them to calling the police every time they see hookers and pimps up and down the street. That's what I do. I agree. To get back on topic, I would say we need office space more than we need, more apartments, more overpriced condos. So I'd suggest, since all the tax dollars for this go to the CRA and not the city, or at least not very much, why aren't we focusing on office space? Why aren't we focusing on something that brings in jobs, not more apartments that may or may not sit empty because they're out of country or out of state owners, or they're not used to what we think they're going to be used as. I'm hearing some not very nice stories about the rental situation at Las Ventanas and the type of people who are in there and the problems they're having over there, and I don't want to see that again. I think we do need office space, and if I'm understanding the classification levels, Class B office space is what this area would qualify for, and why aren't we exploring that to bring in the jobs? I would also like to say I've presented you all the environmental impact information over the summer about all these tall buildings. Please think about this. One of our slogans is breeze into Boynton. How can you breeze into Boynton when there's no more breeze because of a tall building? Yes. And I would like to say thank you to Mayor Grant and Commissioner Romulus for listening to the residents throughout this entire process. We appreciate it and recognize that you two actually do listen to us, and I assume that will be reflected as you move further on into your political careers, as the City of Boynton residents will back you. And the rest of you, I'm not trying to be impolite because I try and be very nice and respectful to all of you, but are you all listening to us? We are your residents, and you're not listening. And I try and maintain a wonderful relationship with all of you, so I do ask that respectfully.
I don't know if I'm allowed to speak because I'm married to the old man that spoke before.
Just need to state your name and
Is that all right?
State your name and address for the record.
Okay, my name is Joan Lewis. I live at 350 North Federal Highway in Casa Costa. I won't be long, but I just want to tell you that when I leave my house in the morning and I drive south on Federal Highway and I pass the closed up convenience store next to Dunkin' Donuts, and I continue south and I pass the unnamed motel, which houses some underage prostitutes and homeless and drug addicts. And then I look at this building, Now, I also have a preference for something shorter. I don't really like concrete jungles. But when I look at this building, and then I look at that motel, and then I look at that terrible empty lot that I pass, and that terrible empty store, I can only say, I can tell you, this is not a quaint fishing village. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dan Decker. I live at 5520 North Ocean Boulevard, Ocean Ridge. This is probably the 5th or 6th meeting of this kind that I've been to, and I've heard a lot of citizens speak. They've spoken from the heart, passionately, eloquently. What I haven't heard much is how the commissioners think and what their opinions are. You know, if I turn on C-SPAN on TV, I hear the representatives giving their opinions, making arguments. I haven't really heard that in these 5 or 6 meetings. And, you know, I've just tried to think about what I have heard. I believe that Commissioner Romulus stated that she was voting against it to support the residents in her district. But I'd be more curious, what do you think about the issues at Woolbright and Federal that have been raised by many people? Mayor Grant, I haven't recalled any statement that you've made in regards to this project. Commissioner Casello at one point said that 75 or 100 feet tall looks the same to the naked eye. It doesn't really explain why you favor the project. Commissioner Katz was quoted in the newspaper as saying, I vote for this so I can live in Boynton Beach. And that is sort of vague. I think we're trying to say that this would bring money to Boynton Beach, but it does not bring money to the city budget. It brings money to the CRA. And how is that connected to your living here today? So I would just hope that maybe we'd get a little bit better feel for what your opinions are before, you know, this thing is over. Thank you.
Herb Shaw, 1711 Woodfern. You know, I'm not against development. The last meeting 2 weeks ago, I said I'm for development, but development, sensible development. However, go to the south of us, Delray Beach. Building all over the lot. Building. 4 or 5 stories, nice colors, presentable to the eyes. A lot of buildings, more people, a lot of business coming in. They got a downtown. Sensible type of development. We have enough big buildings. You know, I was coming up, I had to get to the doctor. I was coming up Federal Highway, and I haven't been, you know, coming off of Woolbright going north, and all of a sudden I shook, and I see concrete jungle being built. More big buildings being built on Federal. So you got that, now you got this. When is it going to stop? I mean, sensible development, lower units. And I think Mike knows this. My community, okay, we had looking across the lake, and was supposed to be, what, Mike, 40 feet, 45? They exceeded the height. When is the height limit going to stop? You know, in other words, 75 feet. Now it's going up double 75, or almost double, to 100 and some 105 feet. Next time I'll hear maybe we're going to go up 200 feet. I mean, when is this height issue? Because I don't really trust developers. More and more height. We don't need the height. Sensible development. Go to the south. Go. You got a job to do. You got to listen to people. This is not. When I was coming up Federal Highway and I see the skeleton buildings being built just along Federal, then I take a quick look and I get to Ocean Avenue. I look behind. There's more to that project. My goodness, you're going to get people, and that's going to hamper traffic. That will hamper traffic to the south of Ocean Avenue. You're going to get, I just don't, and then some speakers said or the previous speaker, what are we getting in return? What are we getting in return? I don't think we're getting anything in return. You commissioners have to do your job. I think this is already a foregone conclusion. I think I'm speaking, and it's just going in one ear, out the other ear. And I comment make on Mayor Grant and Christina, Romulus Commissioner. You're listening to the public. And I'm glad I gave you those marks, and I understand Commissioner Katz. So sometimes you win some, you lose some. But this is not sensible development. South of Ocean Avenue, I didn't even realize, and you got that opposite Sunshine Square, that development there, and then several blocks up, now this new thing coming in. Hey, stop it. I think height is going to get bigger and longer. Thank you. You're making a mistake.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Archbold. I am here because I have been legally noticed. I am an affected party living within 400 feet of this project. I live at 5552 North Ocean Boulevard, Ocean Ridge. Thank you, Commissioner Romulus and Mayor Grant, for listening to us. We have been coming to these meetings, people representing thousands of Boynton Beach residents for the last year. We've been telling you over and over again, we don't want a massive, out-of-scale monstrosity being built here. I agree with the people who've said that this rendering is really beautiful, but this building isn't going to look like this. This is very distorted. I live across from this. I know how wide the intercoastal is. What we were shown looked like it was on one of the Great Lakes, you know. This is 7 stories. It's not 10 stories with the extra 5 feet. And it looks like it's set back far, and it's got lots of green open space and lots of sky. There will be no sky. We are giving up our skyline, we are giving up our lovely scale and our character for a developer, you know, because that's what he wants. This rendering, he says, is done mathematically and it's, you know, very accurate. It's a lie. You're selling the whole future beauty of this city, and you say you're modeling it on Delray. Well, Delray is like Paris compared to what Boynton Beach is going to be with this spot zoning that you're doing. That's a terrible precedent. And it's just going to mean lining the pockets of developers at the expense of citizens and the beauty, the aesthetics, the nature, the environment. And you're making a terrible mistake. And it's a rental building. So these people who are moving in, if you can find people who can pay whatever the rents you're asking, are not committed to the future of our community. So thank you.
Again, Commission, thank you for allowing me to approach. James Dvorsny, 2625 Lake Drive North, Boynton Beach Boulevard. I commend you for the job you're doing here. I know, because being on the CRA advisory board, we could have late nights as well, and I sit up there and I empathize quickly. I have 2 questions. One, I know the traffic study is very comprehensive. What does it look like for traveling eastbound on Woolbright going over that bridge? I know that my wife, a couple of days ago, waited 3 traffic cycles turning after the bridge went down again. So the bridge is up, traffic is halted, bridge goes down, 3 cycles to be able to make that left-hand turn onto Woolbright. So I don't know if the Commission is aware of how in-depth the traffic studies are. I'm sure they have to be. But I pose that question as the first question. Second question is on the rendering that we saw in the video. I saw limited retail space. I wonder what's happening to our dear friends in the city of Boynton, Sushi Simon's, Josie's, and Bond and Smolders. 3 excellent restaurants, and there's others in there too, but those are the ones that I just so happen to patronize, and I was wondering what's happening with them. And my third thing is just a comment. as a member of the CRA Advisory Board, this came before us, and we had the decision to vote, we had the ability to vote on the comprehensive plan on the CRA, and we were able to parcel all these things out. And my comment is we could have parceled this out. I voted too. I voted because of the collision of this, and my reputation now is that I'm anti-development. I'm for responsible development, and I haven't had one developer come to me yet to talk to me about my campaign. Besides that, I'm for responsible development, and we missed a golden opportunity here to negotiate and get a better deal out of this, and that's just my comment. And looking forward, we have to be able to pick up on these opportunities to negotiate, because we had leverage before we switched over the future land use. That's my comment. Thank you.
My name is Ron Hirsch. I'm at 450 North Federal Avenue, Highway, I'm sorry. I'm sitting here listening to everything, and I'm hearing talk about 45 feet, 75 feet, 100 feet. From what I understand, we're not being offered a choice of 75 feet or 100 feet. Okay, if we want this building, okay, it's going to be 100 feet. The Riverwalk, it's either a 90-foot setback, where I don't know, I've never been able to walk along the boardwalk there, or a 0-foot setback where I can actually walk on the boardwalk and use it. I hear people here talking and saying that they want development, okay, but they don't, they want businesses instead of residential places. This is what we're being offered here. Istrom is not offering us business or residential. They're not offering us 100 feet or 75 feet. And if we want to have this development here, we have to go along with what they're willing to do. I mean, we won't have to worry about traffic if there's no building there, because the place is blighted. Okay, it will continue to deteriorate. Boynton Beach will could lose its status as the third largest city in Palm Beach County. We need opportunity as far as people wanting development. But what do they say? Wishes. I'm trying to remember the saying. It goes something like, "Desires without actions are only wishes." Okay, Istrom is offering us an actionable plan here, and this is the way I think that the city should go. Otherwise, it will continue. The crime, I'm not worried about the crime, but things won't get better. Okay, if you have development, it's contagious. If you have blight, that also is contagious. I don't see anybody else moving in. I don't see a white knight willing to step in if this development is voted down. I don't see anybody, haven't heard of anybody willing to come in and do something else, put up a business building. We're not offered much choice here. And the choice is an empty Winn-Dixie or this. Thank you.
Good evening. Thomas Perry, 19 Harbor Drive South, Ocean Ridge. I had no intention of coming here and speaking this evening, but I didn't hear one, and it's maybe addressed before, but I'm very concerned about the egresses and ingresses of the traffic flow through the property if this goes through. I'm a customer of the shopping center. I probably go there 8, 10, 15 times a week. I'm probably Josie's best takeout customer because I can't stand going into that shopping center at night. And leaving the shopping center by the Wendy's and the Wells Fargo, which I also bank, I do all my business in that little area there, and getting in and out of that shopping center it's disastrous. It really is, and I can't see how they're going to. I haven't heard anything about the studies, and maybe this has been addressed. But being in that cramped in that corner right there at that intersection, and with all the added density and the traffic flow, I don't see how it's going to be done. But safety is my main concern, and it's not at all like this wonderful rendering was today. The traffic flow there was just like, I don't know if you plugged in the number of trips that are going in and out of their shopping centers, and as close as that is to the intersection. But I hope that's being addressed. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Nancy Hogan. I live in Ocean Ridge. You can see my house from the Woolbright Bridge. My firstborn son, was expecting him. I came down for the first time to Snug Harbor, and I still own that unit today. And I'm a believer in development. I'm a believer in a healthy community. But as everyone has said here tonight, you know, it's responsible development. Very, very important. And I went to my commission meeting, my own, in Ocean Ridge, and I hope some of them are here tonight, because I said, I am so disappointed with all of you that you haven't showed up for this discussion. And it's been going on 2 years. We really looked at it, or you've given us time. I don't know what you're doing with the clock tonight, but nobody's complaining.
No, this is open, so you can speak more than 3 minutes. This isn't public audience.
Thank you.
But you don't have to.
And that's the lawyer talking. Okay, but what I've got to say to you is I went to my commission meeting, and I said I was very disappointed because they haven't shown up to any of these discussions, except they said they came in for one of the CRA meetings, but I don't think anybody spoke. And you have to be out there. We are a community that has very small lines. We used to be owned by Boynton Beach, and thank heavens for us that monetary issue came up, and the beach is now in Ocean Ridge. So the health, welfare, and safety of citizens is #1 responsibility. And all you have to do, it doesn't take much to think about what has happened on these 4 corners. And I'm glad for the investment, but again, nobody, and I don't care what's on the books, whether it's the state level, whether it is agencies that need to talk about the intercoastal, things change. You're changing your height. We need to change access off our island, because I'm married 45 years this year, and I need access for my husband when genetically they tell you, the charts tell you he can have a chance of a heart attack. And because of not thinking thoroughly through this project, when you know that 2 new banks have gone in there in the last, 5 years, 6 years, and another bank was redeveloped. You have Las Ventanas. We're going to get a fast train, which I will ride to Orlando. And you don't do anything about talking to the county or talking to your citizens that maybe we ought to do something about looking about traffic. You're not going to get over that bridge. It's not going to happen. And if you get over the bridge, you're going to get stopped by the train. So I'm very, very disappointed that nobody is thinking in an expansive thing. We have got to be community together. You share our beach. You want to come to the beach, and well, it's your beach, but it's in the town of Ocean Ridge. But you need access. Your citizens have the right to have access. Your height plan. I don't know. There couldn't have been a compromise on that. There should have been some more discussion and thinking about that. I want to see what else I want to say because it's very important to me. I believe in public meetings so that you're getting it on public record. And I just want to say, care about us. And I don't know. They mentioned that Nancy Hagan. I think it's probably me, Nancy Hogan, but I didn't mention setbacks at all. And I do hope as we finish up here that the developers are not giving this mic back because this is our time as citizens. They had their time. So I hope you think about that because it's happened here the last couple of times that I've been here. Thank you very much.
Seeing that, is there any more left? Yep.
Hi, my name is Lynn Welsh. I live at 5530 North Ocean Boulevard, apartment 302 in Crown Colony. And I wasn't really planning to speak. I wanted to defer to all the residents of Boynton Beach. And I think many of them have made a really good point, like what is the city getting out of allowing, if you approve this project, allowing a variance? Why did you create a district up to 100 feet? Why would you allow this extra 5 feet above the 100 feet? Some people have said, well, we need this development. We want this Riverwalk. In my experience, having lived in different places, when developers don't get everything they want, they go back to the drawing board. They can change their plans. They can take a floor off, as someone said. What concessions did you get? That Riverwalk looks narrow and hot. It doesn't look very appealing for people. Did you require public restrooms that people can go in without purchasing something in a cafe? Because there are going to be a lot of people in those apartments. They're going to want to walk across the bridge and use the lovely public access with the nice little steps that leads out onto the beach. But there's no restrooms on the beach side. If these are apartments, you may get a lot more families living there with little kids, and they're not going to be any amenities for them. Are they going to take their kid, back up the elevator to their apartment? Are they going to, use the dunes and the ocean as their bathroom? Did you require them to provide a shuttle up to Boynton Oceanfront Park because you're adding 326 apartments, and a lot of those people may want to go to the beach, so they're going to either be, trying to illegally drop people off, where there's no parking in Ocean Ridge, or they're going to be overflowing your parking lot. So there are just so many concessions you could have asked for or required for this developer. Those are just some things that come to my mind to make it, if you're going to approve a variance. And otherwise, turn them down. Say, you have to go back to the drawing board. We've already given you a lot of concessions, so let's create something that will be really will be an advantage to the people of Boynton Beach and won't create a lot of congestion and a lot of pollution and human waste on our beaches. And that could be a real asset. I think you have a great opportunity here. I think the developer could make some changes if they were required to that would benefit the whole community and not just the developer. Thank you.
Good evening. Harry Woodworth, 685 Northeast 15th Place. Pretty significant vote tonight. Probably in the history of Boynton. Probably as significant as maybe when we gave the beach away, the land on the other side of the Intercoastal. I think we all know how it's going to go, so I won't spend a whole lot of time on that. But I wanted to take a couple seconds and summarize for some of the people that have spoken tonight and maybe go over with you guys one of the frustrations, why there are so many people here, why they're so frustrated. A lot of people spoke here tonight, claimed they've lived here for years. That's funny because I never saw them at any commission meetings before, never saw them at any CRA meetings, never saw them at any forums, charrettes, any of the other meetings that most of the people in this room have been going to for almost 2 years. Didn't see them at any of the 5 meetings that they had talking about the land use plan that was specifically misdirected to allow the 4 corners to be spot zones so we could build a 100-foot building where nothing like that should ever have been in the first place. Didn't see anybody at those meetings, but they're all here tonight talking about how wonderful it'll be to live in Aventura, Fort Lauderdale, and all the other high-rise places that a whole lot of us left those counties to come up here and live in a small town. So yeah, we are fighting for our way of life because you guys are taking it away from us. We came here for a small town environment. I've lived in big cities. I've lived in Vienna, Hong Kong, Singapore, you name it, I've lived there. worked there. If you want that, that's great. Some of those are wonderful places. When I came back to the United States, Motorola said I could live in a number of other big cities, Chicago. I came back to Boynton Beach specifically to where I had lived for 20-some years before because I like this environment. I don't need the environment in Fort Lauderdale. I lived there. A lot of us lived in Dade and Broward. If you like that stuff, go live there. Please don't make our city one of those, and I think we've already done that. You know, nobody got up and complained, we're not against development. You know, nobody came in here and riled and roared about 500 Ocean. Nobody riled about that stuff next to us. In fact, we supported it when some of you guys didn't want that built up there. We have been trying to get reasonable development in here. Nobody came over here and fought the heck out of Las Ventanas, except for maybe the color, which some lady mentioned. If you like Camel Barns, boy, you're right there. But you know, nobody fights those things because they are development, they're appropriate, their size, scales, they're scaled right. Casa Costa, you tried to slip that through in a consent agenda. Somebody took it off. Okay? And I don't have any problem with anybody living in Casa Costa, but how's that retail on the ground floor doing? Okay? And you don't think the AmeriGas was there on the other side of the tracks when you moved there? It was. Maybe you should look out the window before you buy a property. All I'm saying is we're up here trying to defend our way of life, the place we chose to live, the place we had options to go other places. We came here. We're just trying to not get you guys to make this like every other town from here to Miami. And I think we're probably too late because I think you're going to do it tonight. That's sad. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Christine DeHassett, Executive Director of the Florida Coalition for Preservation. Our offices are located at 4600 North Ocean Boulevard in Boynton Beach. We represent over 6,000 Barrier Island and intercoastal communities, including many residents of Boynton Beach. I'd like to remind everybody where we began and highlight the process as I go. On December 4th, 2015, staff released their first round of comments on the Riverwalk project. Point number 84 of 132 comments reads as follows. The proposed overall building height is 105 feet. Per Chapter 3, Article 3, Section 5.c.1, the maximum height in MUL3 is 75 feet. The current design of the building allows for larger surface area that would allow for the height of the building to be lowered. Staff recommends extending the building over the proposed surface parking area to the west of the building and possibly connecting it to the existing commercial structure. The project is currently under density and does not call for additional height. Staff may support some magnitude of height increase if urban design elements such as a view corridor are incorporated in the design of the mass of the building. That's pretty strong. So now let's talk about the process. Staff and CRA then slowly and repeatedly morphed their position to accommodate the behind-the-scenes promises that were made to Ishram. Riverwalk Plaza went from a commercial zone with a 2-story height limit to the MUL3 zone with a 75-foot height limit, residential density of 40 units per acre, and a 90-foot setback off the intercoastal. Lo and behold, a new CRA plan then changed the zoning to MU4 with a 100-foot limit, residential density of 50, but still the 90-foot setback off the intercoastal waterway. The last and most blatant accommodation and change to the MU4 zone was an on-the-fly change during the last commission meeting to reduce the intercoastal waterway setback to 0. Now you wonder why you have thousands of unhappy, disillusioned citizens who feel that their voices haven't been heard? Citizens who now distrust staff, advisory boards, and commissioners alike, and realize that their city has repeatedly changed their land development regulations and, for all practical purposes, instituted spot zoning to accommodate a developer's desire. I know that Boynton can do better, and you're going to have to do better to become a thriving, sustainable, desirable city to live, work, and play. But first, you must learn to listen. lest history will repeat itself again and again. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Flynn Holland, and I live at 618 South Seacrest Boulevard. Looking at the development, first off, the other day I was coming out of Publix, which is kind of difficult to come out generally, but we've got a light there coming onto Woolbright. As I sat there, without even this development happening, the cars backed up and we were unable, the people of the existing development, to get out onto Woolbright to turn left to go home. I look at this, and from what I gather, we're having the two existing entrances and exits. We're not going to have a left onto Federal. We're not going to have a light that comes out behind Wendy's. How? I just don't get it. The amount of people that we're going to put there, the amount of parking places, and now they're going to put commercial on the front part of Federal and Woolbright. Where is Joann's? Where is Walgreens to come and say that they approve of this? He says they do, but how many parking places are they going to have? How many parking places are this new commercial thing that we're now putting the addendum on to have? And he says there's enough parking place to put disability parking in the back. Where? I just don't get it. How many parking places does Prime Catch use? Are we going to be able to use the parking garage to be able to go and have the amenities? But really what I did, which I've talked to my representative, is that we walk here, we bike here. Where is the allowance to even get to the beach anymore on a bike? I got a hold of my district commissioner and I said, 500 Ocean, they're building a promenade right to the line. We're going to develop downtown and there's no access anymore to get across the street on a bike to go to the beach. What are we going to do about the beach when there's 26 more apartments, maybe 400 or 500 people on our beach? Are we going to allow them also to be residents to park down at the beach? What are we going to do there? You know, it seems to me like I have no problem against development. This seems to be a very unconscionable development for the health and safety of the people that basically go to the markets. They say, what are we going to do, have it blighted? Well, we kept dreaming that we were going to have a Whole Foods or a Fresh Market. We would have a small commercial development, not small, but a development that would bring something to the community. At this point, it seems like what's going to happen, which is what happened at Costa and what happened to where the two Georges are. We now can't park there anymore. We can't, they've got valet parking. They totally closed it off. You have what used to be free parking now is $5 parking, so you can't really go on the boat anymore without having to pay. I just don't understand how this development works. And if it doesn't work in a lower density, then don't approve it and they'll have to sell the property and somebody else would do it. But why are we giving this so much away? They say we don't have to get a hold of anybody in the federal or the state because it's not their problem. Who's going to maintain these roads? Where are these people going to go? If they can't turn left, you've seen 23rd. Gulf Road in the middle of the night. That's where everybody's gone to because you can't get back and forth on Woolbright. You can barely get back and forth on Boynton Beach Blvd. So where is this density going to bring us? I would like to see in this development, if anything, that we institute a bike path, that we have a possibilities. The meeting that I went to the last time is they said, they'll just learn to go on the bus or another transit. We'll slow down the cars. It will be more of an urban living and working. How is that possible? There's no way. It's, Federal Highway, we should have the DOT here talking about what this is going to do to us. We've already had all the development all the way down Federal that are all taking a part of the roads. I just don't see how this scale of development is going to do anything for our community at this point. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you. My name is Ed Bresnahan. I live at 5552A North Ocean Boulevard, Ocean Ridge. I'm president of the Ocean Ridge Yacht Club, and all 50 residents of the Yacht Club have been noticed by the city. We are an affected party due to our proximity to this project. From the beginning, the citizens of Boynton Beach and the surrounding areas have raised objections to and made comments on the massive scale and height of the proposed apartment house. These citizens are not opposed to development and are, in fact, in favor of development. How could you not be in favor of development when you look at the area that we live in? Everything that these people have said about the blight, the closed stores, the crime, it's all true. We know it's true. But we're not looking for any development. We're looking for responsible development. Starting on a stormy night last March, over 300 citizens expressed their concern. Then, by voting out or maybe firing the prior mayor due to his development stance, then to the multiple demonstrations outside and inside this chamber, the citizens have been speaking, but sadly, no one is listening. The city did act, however. They sanctioned an irresponsible development plan. They did everything possible to adapt the city's rules and regulations to make the 10-story apartment building legal. But they did nothing to make a responsible development. They did nothing to address the concerns of the citizens: the massiveness, the height, the traffic, and the compatibility. They did nothing. Now tonight, after making every possible accommodation to the developer dares to ask for more. There is no justification or need for a height exception. If the apartment house can't fit into a height of 100 feet, take floors out until it fits. Greed will be the only casualty. We ask you to disapprove HTEX 16-002, the height exception. Per the show of black armbands tonight, people are in mourning here. I'm in mourning as well. I mourn the death of hope, a hope that there would be a new Boynton Beach, but there is not. It is the same old, and nobody's listening.
If someone would like to, if for the remaining people like to speak, please stand in line so we know how many more left we have. I see one walking to the podium now. Is there anyone additional that would like to speak? Okay, you will be the last one then.
Last but not least.
That's correct.
Good evening. My name is Butch Buoni. I live at 450 Horizons East, number 304, Boynton Beach, 33435. All of you know my opinion. I'm not even going to bring up an opinion tonight. You've heard me for the last, and your predecessors for the last 2 years talking the same thing. What I'm going to do is a little bit different tonight. I'm going to quote from a famous document, circa 1776, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Think about that a little bit. We, the citizens, will never forget your vote for this oversized, massive, and out-of-scale apartment house masquerading as a multi-use project. Your vote and your total disregard to the voice of the citizenry will follow you always. Thank you. That was quick.
Public hearing is now closed. I guess would the board like to have any comments or any more questions to the developer? Yeah. No one wants to go first. I will go first. I have, been fighting this project, I think, from the very beginning. I remember the rainy night over in Sterling Village regarding this. I remember the over 200 people there. And I've been speaking with the commission. We've been voting a very simple way of yes. I've tried to get with the consolidated CRA plan to have it at 75 feet at the mixed use 3. Regarding the mixed use 4 new land development regulations, I've asked to table it because of the language involved. I'm not happy with the language involved, and so I wouldn't want anything building there because it does not look good for the city when we don't know exactly what's going to happen. And so, there are people here that are for the project who live in Boynton Beach. I understand that. I was at the Property and Development Board's meeting, and it passed 4-3. This isn't, slam dunk for the developer that everybody wants this. And, I appreciate everything that they've done in the sense that, I've asked, very poignant questions, and they have done whatever they can in the affirmative for those questions. However, I see everyone here wearing white, and, I will stand behind you and vote in the negatory. Is someone would like to go next?
I guess I'll go next since they picked on me tonight. First of all, I'd like to say to Islam, I thank you all for coming in with your project. I thank you also for saying that you're going to hire individuals from District 2 who was less fortunate, to go to college and earn a degree. My father, when he came here, he came in without he didn't even have an elementary. He didn't even finish elementary school when he came from Georgia. But his hard work, a developer gave my father a chance. My father went from a laborer all the way up to a foreman. My father did not graduate from the university, Florida Atlantic University, but I'm proud to say that he built that university that I graduated from. My father didn't go to school to be a doctor or surgeon, but he built JFK Medical Center. I did 24 years at JFK Medical Center. My mother retired from there in the respiratory therapy department. When they got ready to build the Heart Institute at JFK Medical Center, I was the department head. That was a doctor that came in. I guess he was joking. And he said, there's a gentleman downstairs who says he's your father. I guess he thought I didn't come from humble beginnings. And so he dared me to go downstairs. I went downstairs with him. It was my father. I stood there in the hallway before I went back to my office. I watched my father sweat building JFK. I went back into an air-conditioned building. My father wasn't afforded the opportunity to sit in a boardroom that he built. But I'm glad to say that his son, I sat in a boardroom. I chaired meetings because somebody like you all gave my father a chance. Thank you.
Very nice story. All right.
That's how I'm voting tonight.
Yeah. Commissioner Katz?
I usually speak towards the front of the line, so I'm going to request to go last tonight.
All right, well, you're not the only one who might request that.
Well, it's the first time I've ever requested it, so.
Commissioner Casello.
Very simply, this has been vetted for the last basically 2 years. It's been many meetings. I was at those meetings of Sterling Village. I met one-on-one with Christina and Tom McClure. Tom's no longer with us, obviously. Through this whole debate, Mr. Isram, concessions we as a commission, we as a CRA board voted MU4, which allows him to do what he's asking to do. He's not asking for anything. I don't believe he's asked for any CRA money, any DIF money. This is all coming out of his own pocket. Now, whether you agree with the project or not, that's another matter. But, you know, some of the people who live across in Ocean Ridge and saying that they don't want to look at a 10-story. Right now, you're looking at a vacant Winn-Dixie dumpsters. I don't get it. And the other thing that is a little miffing is that I haven't heard one business come in here and complain about this high-rise traffic problem that's about to happen. Prime catch. You can almost touch the building from where this prime catch. I haven't heard one word from one of the best restaurants here in Boynton Beach, from Prime Catch. No objection to it. So I respect your opinions, I really do, and I understand them. We've had some controversial votes up here since I've been sitting up here. And, you know, whether I agree or disagree, some of the arguments are strong, some of the arguments are weak. But this has definitely been vetted for the last 2 years. And I believe in this project. I believe that I've looked into Mr. Isram's portfolio. Everything he's ever done or built, he owns. He's not a flipper of properties. He's community-oriented. And I believe he'll be an asset to Boynton Beach. Now, you know, once again, you know, and I made a statement, you can't tell 75 feet from 100 feet with the naked eye. Maybe some of you can, maybe some of you can't. But where this building sits, I don't think it's a concrete monster. You know, Boynton Beach lost its innocence back in the late 1960s. I got a picture of it. And the picture shows Congress Ave being cut in. I got a picture that shows looking south from Hyperluxo down to where Congress Ave was cut. There was nothing there. All farmlands. Then comes, I guess, the shopping center, the mall, the early 1970s, Motorola, which is now gone. You know, and then we had the Renaissance. They knocked down the Motorola. Okay, I don't hear no complaints about that. We got 1,100 new homes, 1,100 new homes going up right now as we speak in the Cortina project. I don't hear anybody talking about traffic problems on Congress and on Gateway and Boynton Beach Boulevard up at that end. I don't hear anybody coming out and crying about that. So what's this? Is this something not in my backyard? I don't know. I don't know. But Boynton Beach is not going to be a quaint fishing village like I've received in some of my emails. We're growing, people, and it's going to continue to growing. You're saying, well, it doesn't offer anything into the city coffers. It does. Think 15, 20 years down the road. This building is going to produce hundreds of thousands of tax dollars now. I grant you the city's not going to get a lion's share of that at all. But guess what? We got a CRA district. What is a CRA district? Slum and blight. We got a developer coming in here with his own money, who owns the property outright, saying, look I'm going to make an investment in this slum and blighted CRA district. Those tax dollars that we will gather from this project, we are going to fix the infrastructure in our CRA. We will fix our roads. We will buy other properties, bundle other properties, and promote housing projects. You might not agree with this, people, but it's going to be a catalyst for CRA district. It's going to help us. It's a tax producer, and I'm going to vote in the affirmative for it.
Commissioner Romulus, would you like to go last, or are you good now?
No, I will definitely grant that privilege to Commissioner Katz since he's asked for it.
Thank you.
I believe my comments are already known by the members of the audience sitting here. I was, again, a member of the audience that sat a few months ago, and actually I was 9 months pregnant, so I really remember that meeting and being uncomfortable and having to walk in the rain to get to that meeting. But I remember hearing the residents and the people who were not in favor and not happy about this development coming through. And I've sat down multiple times with the developer and heard his side, and I do agree and believe that they're doing their best to try to make sure that they appease as much as possible to a certain extent the constituents here, and I commend them for every effort that they've taken to do that. But again, my place here as the commissioner representing District 3, as a commissioner that this development will be going into, is to represent my constituents, is to represent the people who put me into this position, and their opinion and their perspective of this development is that they don't want it. So I really don't think, whether or not this is something that other individuals feel will progress the city and do all these things. I really don't think that the people who are living here and who are going to have to deal with this development each and every day should have their concerns overridden simply because we want something else. So again, my job here as the commissioner for this district is to represent that community and to make sure that I speak loudly for what it is that they want, and that is to say no to this development coming through.
Commissioner Katz.
Okay. I've been taking a lot of notes tonight. As always, I've listened to every syllable of every word that every person stated. And, as Commissioner Costello said, there are valid concerns, and then there are less valid concerns. With regards to statements about we need to have, as our creed basically states, a sustainable community, financially responsible manner. This ties into some comments that this is CRA money and the city gets nothing. That is simply not the truth when you scratch the surface of that fact. The money goes to the CRA, which encompasses almost all of our downtown, including the Town Square project, the old high school, Boynton Beach Boulevard. All of these upcoming financial liabilities for the city also overlap the CRA. So this money will absolutely be spent in place of city funds as it's legally allowed to be spent on those various projects, which everyone hopefully is excited for. When I came into this office, one of the major issues during the election was the old high school. Some people care a lot about it. Some people said, knock it down. It's an old building and it shouldn't be there. I took the position from day one that building had some function in the future. It would be a centerpiece, I believe, once restored. And I knew when I made that decision, and I have never wavered on that decision. Not once have I took my foot off the pedal with regards to saving that old high school. But it costs millions and millions of dollars. So, case in point, we can't just spend money. We have to generate revenue. And I look around the country, whether it's the federal government, different states, down to local, and the problem, I teach government, and my kids ask, how do we have a $20 trillion national debt? How do we have these budgets that slash education funding? Of all things, we cut education every year. It's because for generations, elected officials have given and given and given, and they have never looked at the cost of various things that they've handed out. We need to do something fiscally responsible, and that includes, maybe if you don't like this project, taking a small degree of pain in order to pay for those things that we really want. So again, I do tie this to the CRA money helping the city. I tie this to the future growth of the entire downtown. We have to generate revenue. Again, going back to sustainable community, financially responsible. I could not vote for that old high school or any of the expenditures we're about to take on for the Town Square project if I didn't think that we were creating revenue at the same time, because that would leave this city in a greater financial hole than it's already projected to be in. And I cannot do that. I've heard a lot of arguments from individuals from Ocean Ridge. I've heard, repeatedly that was the worst deal in the history of Boynton Beach. We sold our beach. We gave away our land. With regards to that, I appreciate the continued concern of residents of Ocean Ridge with the city of Boynton Beach, so much so that I look forward to broaching the conversation of reuniting this broken couple. I think that, and if I could voluntarily interject an even more controversial topic than what we're talking about already, I think that might be it. But maybe that was a foolish decision. But my point is that there are serious concerns in the city, and if you live outside the city, then my response would be become the city again, because that is definitely possible. You use our fire services, you pay for them. You use our water services, you pay for them. I would extend our police services if you were inclined to pay for them as well. You've got some issues over there. But, we need to pay for things. We just have to pay for things. It's not about their profit. I don't care about what money they make. I don't care about their bottom dollar. I care about our bottom dollar. And it's just, other than personally not opposing much of this project, it's just a lot of it has to do with money, and that's life. A lot of decisions that we make in our personal lives and our professional lives are not exactly what we would want to do. We have to sacrifice something to get the majority of what we want to do, and I see this project as such. If I could paint you a picture of a depressed, sad, blighted city, I cannot envision something more accurate to that description than an abandoned Winn-Dixie on the intercoastal, the most valuable land in our city, with an abandoned supermarket, with homeless people who occupy more land in that complex than customers sometimes. At nighttime, that place turns into a desolate, dangerous area. You heard people talk about not being able to walk. I would not want to walk in that corner of that shopping center if there was a store open, because it is a dangerous area. I'll wrap it up by just saying that if we're going to pay for nice, shiny things in this city, then we need to generate revenue. And I've seen the original plan. I don't think many people have seen this, that they submitted years ago, that was in compliance with what would have been the projected 75-foot allowance to come into, concert with what's in Las Ventanas. And that original plan was a monstrosity. It was a massive structure that maxed out density, which this does not, an additional 200 odd units. I think that people don't like height, in certain circles, but I'd rather see 3 floors up on a small piece than 3 floors less, where the footprint of this building is massive and covers everything. I guess I've covered most of what I wanted to say. I just think that, nobody gets everything they want. And in this case, there are individuals who don't want this, but we need to do certain things to get the rest of the things that we want in this city. And that's fundamentally why I support this project.
All right. May I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right.
Mayor, you need a separate motion on each of the 5 agenda items related to this project. You need a roll call on the first 2, which is ordinance 17001, and on ordinance 17002.
All right. So may I repeat? May I have a motion on proposed ordinance number 17-001?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Roll call, please.
Romulus?
Nay.
Commissioner Casello?
Yes.
Mayor Grant?
No.
Vice Mayor McCray?
Yes.
Commissioner Katz?
Yes.
Vote is 3-2.
May I have a motion on proposed ordinance number 17-002?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Casello?
Yes.
Mayor Grant?
No.
Vice Mayor McCray?
Yes.
Commissioner Katz?
Yes.
Commissioner Romulus?
No.
The vote is 3-2.
And then, Jim, you're saying I can do a combined motion for the remaining 3?
No, you still need to do them separately. When you get to E on the major site plan, you need somebody to incorporate the conditions of approval on that last one. You just need a motion on C and D before that.
All right. May I have a motion on item C, approve request for Riverwalk Plaza plan appeal?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. Motion passes 3-2. Item D, approve request for Riverwalk Plaza height exception. May I have a motion to approve?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. May I have an item of motion E, for approve request for Riverwalk Plaza major site plan modification, including change. What did you say again, Jim?
The listed conditions of approval.
Listed conditions of approval.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. Motion passes 3-2. All right. Moving on to.
1 second.
I'm sorry.
What was your vote on the last two? We couldn't hear you.
Nay and nay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, proposed ordinance 16025. This is also second reading and public hearing. An ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, establishing a moratorium on the processing, approval, or issuance of any new license, business tax receipt, development order, certificate of use, or permits for group homes in the jurisdictional boundaries of the city, providing for severability for conflict and providing an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I'll open it up to public audience. Sir, please state your name.
My name is Alex Allen, 905 North Railroad. You guys need to stretch it all?
No, we're good.
I'm beat, man. I feel like I should pay rent here. I've been here so long.
Go ahead.
First off,
We'll take it.
the police department has taken a kind of a lashing tonight, and I just wanted to thank them for their service. Their job is admirable. And listen, if you ever want to sit out in front of my house or in front of my business, you're more than welcome. Sit there all day. I'd appreciate it. I come to speak against this ordinance. I disagree with respectfully, I disagree with the mayor of Delray. I don't think this rises to a Fourth Amendment violation, as he was quoted for saying. First off, I'm not an attorney, nor am I involved in ownership or operation of any treatment center or halfway house or anything like that. I am simply a citizen that votes, and I have been clean and sober since September 8th, 1989. I've heard 4 times tonight the term addict used in a negative connotation. And first off, where I think that this commission might be in error is I can find at least 6 places within the ADA that this moratorium would violate. The Americans with Disability Act was passed in 1990 and just ratified in 2010. And in it, includes alcoholism and drug addiction as a disability. So maybe it might help people to imagine in their minds, instead of the negative image we get of drug addicts or alcoholics, to place that with somebody in a wheelchair, somebody who's blind, somebody who can't speak, somebody who's lost limbs. All of them are Americans with disabilities. And you might have a hard time wrapping your mind around that, but this ordinance discriminates against somebody with a disability. And I don't know if you've been a victim of discrimination, but it comes in all forms. It comes in forms of race, religion, gender, origin, and discrimination is unacceptable at any level. The ADA clearly states that the housing for alcoholics and addicts cannot be interfered with by any public or private entity. This municipality has no immunity against action for that cause. You would face both remedy at law and also punitive. In other words, this city could be sued and they would win. Again, I'm not an attorney, but I'm sure your attorney can read the ADA and know that at least 7 places that I found, just as a citizen, that this moratorium would violate the Americans with Disabilities Act. Now, everybody always talks about addicts, about what they, I see those addicts on the streets. You know what addicts look like? They're women, they're men. They come from across the bridge, they come from under the bridge. They come from Park Avenue, and they come from the park bench. Everybody in this room, I guarantee you, has either a relative or a friend that is an alcoholic or an addict, or knows somebody that has a friend or relative that's an alcoholic or an addict. Alcoholism and drug addiction does not discriminate. It wrecks lives. These people are coming trying to get help. Now, where I think that, and I believe in the plight, I hope that the task force will listen to some of the words I say if they get this message. This is a great example of post hoc ergo propter hoc. The attorney will know what that means. After it, therefore, because of it. You're looking at the wrong end of the stick. Real halfway houses do not accept any insurance money at all. They don't accept any money from treatment centers at all. Their people, their residents, have to go get legal, employable jobs and pay rent, just like the rest of society. The whole recovery industry got manipulated the minute the insurance industry got involved. The insurance industry is driving the greed that's causing the problems. It's not the addicts or the alcoholics. You pass this moratorium, not only do you risk lawsuit, but you're not going to solve anything except hurting the people that need the most. Because the rehabs who are bilking these insurance money, $5,000 a urine test, are going to build their own houses, their own halfway houses, and you won't be able to stop them. They already do their own lab testing. They want all that money to themselves. You ask an alcoholic to spot another alcoholic. Trust me, when we drink lightly. We're very noticeable. We don't need a piss test to know that an addict is high or an alcoholic's drunk. We think we're hiding it, but really we're way out in the open. But this moratorium will hurt those people who actually have opened up their homes to assist people in recovery, who are not in it for the insurance money, who accept no insurance money whatsoever. The people you keep hearing about in the news things about getting arrested, these people are literally in business with the rehab facilities. They've turned recovery into a business. When I got sober, I didn't have to pay any fees or any dues. My alcoholism cost me everything already. It cost me my family. It cost me the woman that was supposed to be my wife. It cost me my career in school. I got sober in a pink jail cell. The insurance money has really done a number, and I applaud your efforts. Something needs to be done, but you're looking at the people at the lowest end of the totem pole on this. You're affecting the alcoholics and the addicts, not just from out of state, but live right here. Drug addiction is not limited to heroin or street. It's also prescription. We've all found that out. Alcoholism is not limited to the wino that doesn't shave. It's wives in their homes drinking wine every night because their husband doesn't love them anymore. It has no bounds. It's called a rapacious creditor. It knows no bounds. And if you put this moratorium in effect, you are going to hurt the people you don't want to. And that is the drug addict and the alcoholic trying. Recovery is not for those who want it. It's not even for those who need it. It's for those who have no other choice. You get to a point as an addict or an alcoholic, you're either going to get help and you're willing to go to any lengths to get it, or you're going to die. And those are the people that this ordinance moratorium is going to affect. Please, please, please take this back to the drawing board. Look at these treatment centers who are bilking thousands of dollars to the insurance companies. Look at these halfway houses that are connected to them. But don't pass something that's going to stop somebody who's in recovery from assisting somebody else in recovery. And that's what this will do. There are lots of us who have been sober for a long time, and we open our homes and our rooms to those in recovery that need it. And we do so free of charge. We don't take hot team money, we don't take federal money, we don't take insurance money. We just open our hearts and our homes. Because there's so many. So many. Go after the money. Go after that. I know, you feel like you can't.
No, we can't as a city.
Okay, as a city, I'm telling you, first off, this moratorium, in my opinion, I'm not an attorney, is illegal by the ADA. But what it does nothing for the problem. It just hurts the recipients. Thank you.
I'd like to respond because I am an attorney, and I actually represented someone for an ADA case in federal court. And this does not discriminate because it's a business that we're going against. Not anyone who is an addict. It's against the business owner that is trying to come into Boynton Beach and affect the residential nature of Boynton Beach, of our residential zoning districts. And this applies not only to addicts, but to every single group home. You know, this is a general thing because we put a moratorium so that we can have the correct legislation. And that's what we want to do. We are not saying that anyone who has a group home, that they can't keep on having the group home here. So we're not limiting the current group homes that are here. We're just saying that we need to make correct legislation so that we don't destroy the residential nature, because there's I'm sure you're aware of the reasonable accommodation available. So there are some group homes with over 10 people, and they have some group homes that are next to or 3 houses down from other group homes with 10 people.
Let me have you look at.
And so I'll let you talk, so
Okay,
I hope you let me finish too. And so with that, that's what we're doing, is that we're saying till June that we're not issuing a business tax receipt to a group home owner. This does not limit the commercial detoxification of people. What we have to realize is that someone living in a group home seeking assistance has I was told over a 90% recidivism rate, because they're not under constant surveillance. And they have the ability to leave the house. And as you have heard earlier tonight, there's some undesirable areas in Boynton Beach.
Of course.
And so I would not say that this is the best place for people to get hit, but if everyone says that it is, then, from out of state, we are getting other states' problems and trying to solve it, and we cannot solve it currently. And so that is why we have the moratorium, so that we can have better research, and so that our staff can create legislation that protects our residents and that protects the people that it's supposed to protect.
Under regulation, if you might, because you're an attorney, under regulation 35.150B2, it states in the ADA that no private or public entity shall interfere, restrict, deny any person with a disability or on the basis of a disability any social service establishment, including but not limited to group homes and halfway houses. It further goes on to say that they require the services, programs, and activities readily accessible by individuals with disabilities that are allowed to normal people. So, again,
I understand that.
I respectfully disagree, because the ADA does talk about group homes and halfway houses verbatim. It says
you have to take that one clause. However, it's a big act.
It is a big act.
And so you can't just take one clause of the act to apply the whole act.
No, what I'm saying is that this moratorium would deny, and I'm going to read it again.
No. I heard it,
Okay.
and you don't need to read it again. And if you would like to sue the city because you think it's illegal,
No, I'd like you guys to stop.
that's something, but we're moving forward to this because this is what's best for the residents of Boynton Beach. So I really appreciate your comments, and thank you very much.
Have a blessed day.
You too.
Good evening, Barbara Riddy, 329 Southwest 13th Avenue, Boynton Beach. I rise in favor of the moratorium. I will be brief. I just wanted to point out as a resident that I don't believe that treatment facilities belong in a residential area. And as a mother, if my children were walking to elementary school and were finding hypodermic needles in the grass on the way there and used condoms, I'm grateful that you're doing this moratorium. We need to examine where these facilities need to go. There's good ones, there's bad ones. I'm sure the impact on our fire department and our paramedics is being felt in our bottom line. So thank you for doing the moratorium.
No more comments. Public audience is closed. Anything left from the commission? No, we need to do a motion to approve. And we got that second?
Just quick question to the attorney. Jim, I think we talked about this before. We're in our legal rights to do something on this nature, correct?
Yes, sir. It would not be in front of you if I didn't think so.
Thank you so much.
All right. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Grant,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McCray,
Yes.
Commissioner Katz,
Yes.
Commissioner Romulus,
Aye.
and Commissioner Casella.
Yes.
The vote is 5-0.
All right. Last item H. Jim?
Ordinance 17004, an ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 6 Cemeteries of the Code of Ordinances by creating a new section 6-20, use by residents, providing for exceptions, providing for conflict severability, codification, and an effective date.
Can we get staff to explain it a little briefly?
I think they all went home.
So basically, you're saying
They're dead, okay?
approval of ordinance limiting future cemetery use to city residents. Is there a requirement of how long this person has been a city resident?
There's a couple of provisions in here that deal with that and also deal with exceptions. They're listed in Section 6-20, and it also defines who a family and immediate family are.
But I think that when you're saying limiting future cemetery use, it should be limiting burial to cemetery residents.
Okay.
Please, I'm just saying anybody could use the cemetery, but limiting burials to cemetery residents. That's what needs to be changed.
And my next question is there a limit that someone could buy multiple lots for their immediate family?
They could buy adjacent lots for their immediate family.
You know, my question is how many?
There is no limit.
So someone who lives here can buy 10 lots if it's for their immediate family?
That's correct.
And do they have to show proof of the 9 other members of their immediate family?
Not at the time that they purchase it, but they would have to, nobody could be interred that would violate the rule of the definition of family.
And so that would be in the deed?
That would be in the deed.
Okay.
What if we find out somebody's burial illegal? What do we do?
You let them stay there.
You declare them to be an honorary resident of the city.
All right.
They are.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve?
One question.
Yeah.
Nope.
Just refresh my memory, if you could, Jim, that there's no provision that states that resale of plots is prohibited specifically. Like if someone in Boynton were to buy up 30 plots in an attempt to resell them to other people in Boynton at an increased rate, there's no language.
There are other provisions that restrict resale.
Okay. So does the city have the right of first refusal?
That is the way it works.
Okay. Great. All right. May I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor McCray,
Aye.
Commissioner Katz,
Yes?
Commissioner Ramos, Commissioner Casello,
Aye.
and Mayor Grant.
Yes.
The vote is 5-0.
May I have a motion to adjourn?
So
So
moved.
move. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Meetings.